School District Board of Education regular meeting. We are reconvening to open session. May I have a roll call?
President Trutain,
Here.
Vice President Duran,
Here.
Trustee Clark,
Here.
Trustee Doss,
Here.
Trustee Hinckley, here, and Superintendent Wills is in the building somewhere.
I think that's
Thank you.
Our student board members are absent tonight. We look forward to seeing them again at our March 24th meeting.
Yeah, I have them too.
Now we'll have item 2, the Pledge of Allegiance. If you'd like to join in, please do. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Board members, can I ask you to please read our mission and vision statement and our meeting norms? Yeah.
Sure.
Board Member Doss, go ahead.
All right. The mission of Albany Unified School District is to provide excellent public education that empowers all to achieve their fullest potential as productive citizens. AUSD is committed to creating comprehensive learning opportunities in a safe, supportive, and collaborative environment, addressing the individual needs of each student. Meeting norms.
1, maintain a focus on what is best for our students. 2, ensure a safe environment for all views to be expressed, treating each other, staff, and the public respectfully.
3.
Nobody else is reading.
In order to find common solutions to issues through collaboration without sacrificing one's beliefs in what is best for students. 4, make a commitment to effective deliberation, each one listening with an open mind while others are allowed to express their points of view.
Thank you. Now we move to item 6, approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda? Yes, Board Member Clark.
Yeah, I'd like to respectfully request that we move item 12.3 to review and discussion instead of review and action. I can read what 12.3 is.
I don't hear a second for that. I think that would require.
Second.
Okay, guys, you've flummoxed me. I think I might need to consult with counsel about whether that's possible.
Well, you've had one board member bring something up and get a second. I don't know what the lawyer has to do with that.
Well, I believe that this was already a review and discussion items, so to move it back to review and discussion would be against the protocol.
Well, I'd have to hear that from a lawyer then. I don't.
Let me see.
If you could, that'd be great. Sure. And actually, this is filmed, yeah.
Okay. So if I understand what just occurred, you moved Trustee Clark for item 12.3 to be removed from review and action back to review and discussion. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that motion was seconded by Trustee Doss. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was the intention, if I may ask, to remove it completely off the action item list this evening? Or just to include it for additional discussion before the board moves on and discusses its possible
I don't think we've had enough input from the stakeholders, teachers, principals, parents, the Budget Advisory Committee, and I don't think we have enough information to be voting on it tonight.
Okay. Well, you know, you've made a valid motion, and it's been seconded for further discussion, so I think it can certainly be discussed further, you know, but in terms of it remaining on the action item list, if, you know, the board would like it to remain there and take action on it this evening, you certainly can do that as well.
Or we can leave it on the action item and table it after we discuss it as part of the action.
You could do that as well, yes.
So I want to make sure I heard you. So even though I made a motion and I got it seconded, you're saying that it can still be overruled?
I'm saying that
That's
you
what I
can.
thought I heard.
I'm saying that you can have a discussion about it this evening, but it can remain on the action item list as well.
So my intentions were for us to discuss this item extensively, and then the board, after a discussion, could determine whether to table it, to pass it in part, or to vote on it as is. So, but I can't get, let me see. I don't think that within our rules of order that we can move something from an action item back to review and discussion.
Yeah, I'd have to check your rules of order. I'm happy to do that if you'd like me to do that now and maybe come back up in a few minutes. I'd have to look at your board bylaws,
So
though.
for now, can we proceed with the early items on our agenda? And then we'll come back to, we could,
Well, yeah, if he's going to come back after,
I just need to hop on your website, look at your board bylaws, the 9000 series, and, you know, make sure, as Board President Trutain indicated, that it doesn't violate your rules of order. And I don't know one way or the other at this time.
okay.
Okay.
So I will ask the board to approve the agenda through item 12-1, and we can work on those items, and then we can discuss the rest of the agenda at a later time in the meeting. Is that acceptable?
Yes.
Okay. So I will move that we approve the agenda through item 12-1. May I have a second?
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And, okay. I think that,
Ms. President Trutain,
yeah,
do we have any report of action out of closed session?
that's what I thought I had missed. There was no action taken in closed session. And so now we've done the approval of the agenda, and now we move to staff report. So now we're at item 7-1. Superintendent Wells?
Yes, I had the, well, first let me talk about enrollment has been a big-ticket item here in the district. And we have lost 96 students over the past year, and 96 students is equivalent to $1 million. And the good news is that the state allow us to have what we call safe landing. We won't be counted as the loss of 96 students. So we have this year to recoup the 96 students or look at a reduction in revenue of $1 million. And so there are some things that we're doing as a staff and as a district. And I want to ask if Julie, if she can put up the IDT flyer. I want folks to see what staff has been working on so hard, more specifically Assistant Superintendent Williams And the flyer's coming up, but we have it currently circulated in the East Bay Times. And we're getting a lot of buzz because we believe last year our neighboring communities didn't know that we had open seats. And this year, we want to make sure they know that we have open seats. We also identified a number of schools in the area, both public and private, where we will be attending and making known to the community that it's an opportunity to come join a winning team. We don't want to fill our schools to capacity and take an additional 300-something kids, but limit it to about 9,600 so that we can retain the revenues and not lose $1 million, because then that would be pretty devastating. So here is the flyer that's posted in the East Bay Times and on our website and multiple other neighboring schools. And so just so folks know what's going on. In addition to that flyer, I had an opportunity to meet with a couple of teachers last week, one in particular at Marin, one of our interventionist teacher, and I got to tell you, it was just an amazing experience. It's the kind of teacher that you would fight to get your kid to get these kind of services from. Well-skilled, well-researched, and very, very effective. And so I sat down with her for some time to hear her weigh in on what we should do if we reduce a portion of interventions. I've heard another teacher at our last board meeting hit the nail on the head, saying that we should look at having some real good structures and systems in place so that we can address all of our kids' needs. And so I'm happy to report that we have taken some of that kind of input and feedback and grappled with how to move forward with that. And I'm going to spend some time, a bit more time around that particular issue when we get to the big ticket item tonight, and that is our proposed budget reduction. And what are we going to do if we move forward with that, where we can still provide optimal services to all of our kids, more specifically our kids who are in the gap, and how do we close and potentially eliminate the achievement gap. So, Madam Chair, that's my report and sharing for tonight.
Thank you very much. I will give a short report on the bond measure, the parcel tax, Measure B. The board can make an announcement about this now because the election is passed, and the results have not yet been certified, but at this point in time, there is over 7,000 votes counted, and the yes votes are 82.83%. So I know we can't really celebrate until after the election is certified, but I think that we have a great deal to thank our community for the tremendous support that they give to our schools. So I do want to thank everyone here in this room and everybody who watches this, and many, many people that worked on this campaign, and every single voter who voted yes. Thank you for supporting our schools. Thank you. Yay. Move on. Vice President Durrell.
I just wanted to mention that March 8th has already passed us, but it was International Women's Day, and since there are so many women here tonight, the overwhelming majority, I just wanted to mention it and acknowledge all of us who are here and not here, and who have participated in the struggle to advance women's rights, and that means all our families' rights, right? And the society's rights. So here we go for us too.
Board Member Clark? Yes. Board Member Doss?
I have some stuff, and it's a little interactive this evening. This is the first time that I've had actual pictures to go along with my report, so bear with me. Oh, I don't have an order. Go for it. So I got an opportunity to go on a field trip. The fifth grade class, Marin, went to the Children's Museum in San Francisco. They got a chance to make claymation artwork and then actually put that artwork in a movie, in a short, I shouldn't say movie, a short film is what I believe they called it. But it was fun. I got a chance to make some too, but my daughter told me not to put mine up for people to see. So I chose her picture instead and some of her classmates there. Thank you, Julie. Here we are at Marin, breakfast with a board member. Got off to a good start last week. I went to Cornell first on Wednesday with President Trutain. Got a chance to see the breakfast program there, and Sabina did a great job there. And then the following day, we had it at Marin, which is pictured here. Children lined up. Enjoying some breakfast, some different alternatives. They got a chance. You can't really see it in the picture, but there's a paper there for them to vote on the things that they enjoyed. And it was great. I got all the kids on the yard and gathered them up and made them come all taste the breakfast. So it was fun. And because I go on all the field trips, here is the kindergarten class at Marin. We went to Tilden Park and they did a pond study. And we got a chance to feed some of the animals there. And so the kids had a really good time. The entire kindergarten class went. I think the funnest part was driving for 5-year-olds in the car all the way to Tilden Park. That was fun. But it was great. And the kids got a chance to do, like I said, the pond study and walk around and explore. And so we had a great time. So I thought it'd be nice to share a picture of Pansy's class here. And that concludes my report.
So if you missed breakfast with Trustee Doss, you can have breakfast with me tomorrow morning at Ocean View, Ocean View / High School, Ocean View East, also at 8:15 in the morning. And I'm also very excited about the presumed passage of our parcel tax measure. Unfortunately, it looks like the state bond measure that would have potentially given Albany some additional facilities money in addition to a lot of other schools looks pretty certain to fail, which is an unfortunate reflection of our state's support, our overall state voter support for education. And this was actually one of the worst years for parcel taxes across the state. Alameda, for example, is, sort of counting votes daily, hoping that theirs might actually pass. So we are really lucky to have a community that voted to support this parcel tax, and I think there's a reality out there of state exhaustion for funding that is something we need to really work hard over the next 6-8 months between now and November when we all vote for schools and communities first. So a cautionary message in addition to celebrating our own victory, that there's still a lot of work to be done to get state voters on board with adequately funding education. And have breakfast with me tomorrow.
Thank you. And I hope that the state will put on a new version of the school facilities ballot measure so that, I hope.
They can't for 2 years, so.
Not for 2 years?
Yeah. It would take 2 years for the legislature to be able to put it on again. So unless there was a signature gathering effort to do it.
It's a huge loss for the state and for the students in our state. It's unfortunate. And that moves us to item 7, staff reports. 7-1, promoting safe, supportive, and collaborative environments for students. Dr. Wells.
I would typically do the introduction, but I'm going to turn the honors over to one of our well-established and esteemed principal at the middle school who spent time working with both the presenters over the years, Deborah Brill.
Good evening, everyone. The honor of doing this really wonderful introduction. I've worked with, actually, I've learned we have a third presenter. I've worked with all three of these amazing AUSD employees. And I'll be really brief and just want to say, you know, when we look at our charge to educate all of our children, you know, from pre-K all the way up through high school and then transition, it's really impossible to think about how a student can even begin to learn if we're not addressing their most basic needs. And I think one of the things that I feel most proud about of working for Albany Unified is that there's always been a really strong commitment to the whole child and to caring for kids' mental health as well as their academic growth. And what I've seen in my time here, back when I was a Safe and Inclusive Schools coordinator and started working with Joanne Weil around how we look at how do we bring in and really utilize and leverage community resources to bring in supports for our students. Shelley Ball used to do mental health coordinating at the middle school as well as the high school, and I worked with her in that capacity and saw students who really could not move forward in their lives without having some of their most basic mental health needs addressed and couldn't get those met outside of school. And we provide this amazing service of providing that for our students at school. It's made an incredible impact. I won't tell you, but I could tell you story after story of students that I've seen just incredibly impacted by the work that Shelley's done over the years. And then most recently, to see our school climate and our school culture completely transformed by the space and the energy that Will Kaysen has brought to our school. Have a place that kids feel connected to, place kids feel safe. He can both give them skills, push their thinking, and also help them to feel support at the same time with the goal of being able to get them back in their classrooms learning, pushing into their classrooms. And I just can't say enough about what these three have done for our district and what they stand for, just in terms of how we embrace the whole child in Albany. And just want to thank our board for the support that you've given to the different programs that we've offered in order to make this possible. So I would like to introduce Will Kaysen, Shelley Ball, and Joanne Weil.
Good evening to everyone on a tremendous Tuesday night, and I want to thank you for your commitment to improving the quality of children in our school district. To get us started off, I'm going to share with you something that I start off with students when it comes to student engagement. I'm a big advocate for engaging students and making sure that students feel inclusive in a learning environment and making sure that they are recognizing and allowing them to know that they are important. So I'll start off on my right-hand side. I would like for you to think about one positive word that stood out for you today that made this day more meaningful.
Teamwork.
Teamwork. Excellent.
All I can think of is social distancing, social closeness.
Dedication.
So, dedication.
Can you please repeat the question?
One positive word that stood out for you today.
Collaboration.
Collaboration.
Hard work, 2 words.
Word.
Sunshine.
Sunshine.
The word I heard today, this afternoon, right before I came to the board meeting, was the word love.
Support.
Support.
The students always say that, she stole my word. It was teamwork.
Teamwork. Excellent. Give yourself a round of applause. I believe and I know when it comes to the whole child and we start looking at the lives of students and what's important to students, that it's really important that we start off with the mindset. And when we look at the mindset, when I work with students on a daily basis, we start talking about 3 questions when I have each morning. What do you look forward to today? What may be a possible challenge? And what can you do to override that challenge? And so as I think about the work here at Albany Middle School, and I think about the social and emotional learning piece, and as we know how social and emotional learning touches every aspect of life, it's important that we begin to look at, when I give you the overall program description of the student support space. The student support space provides critical skill sets for students when it comes to their social and emotional learning, that they can gain these skills, not only apply them in their school day, but I believe it can pass their school day and reach their home and reach their community. And it can make a difference in the lives of students and families, and ultimately make a difference in the lives of our community. So when we look at the description, the student support space and this Student Success Center is about that. It reminds me of something that Michelangelo said. Michelangelo said, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. So through the staff at Albany Middle School and to the students and the parents and the community, it's all about creating this type of space for students. In the program description, as I mentioned before, this program description gives students those critical skill sets that they need when it comes to how to self-regulate, when it comes to self-management, when it comes to awareness of self, awareness of environment, and also positive mindset, positive growth, mindfulness, and ultimately helping students identify their goals. Over in the student success space, we have a wall. And on that wall, students have written down their goals. But also beneath their goals, they've written down their action plans on how they want to reach their goal. And then through that, they've identified at least one support person there at school that can help them obtain their goal. And I'm thankful, as Deb has mentioned, that it's transformed the lives of students and it's transformed the lives of our campus. And I love just talking with students on a daily basis, just to interact with them, either before school, during school, at lunch, at PE, or after school. And I share with students, I say, give me one thing that stood out for you today. And one of the things that stood out for me is a student that shared something with me. She says, I'm a new student here. She said, I moved here from the Lafayette area. And what stood out for me is, Mr. C, when you get a chance to walk around the campus and you greet us with a pound or a high five, and now we're doing the elbow bump, it's a tremendous Tuesday, it's a thankful Tuesday, it's a take action Tuesday. She said, I feel as if someone recognizes me. And I believe when we look at this whole model of social and emotional learning, it takes that type of engagement, just like you did tonight. What's one positive word that stood out for you today, and that we ride on that positive word? Next thing I want to share with you is I think about this piece of the student success space, and we look at the number of students that are constantly coming into the space. One, they're coming for a different reason. Some students are visiting because of grief. Some students are visiting because they just need a place that they can cool down. Some students are visiting because they just need to work on a certain skill set. And one of the things when it comes to social and emotional learning and self-regulation, it's about how our minds connect to our body connects to our mind.
Excuse me, Will, for this to be recorded and available for on our video, you'll have to speak into the mic. Julie's trying to hand you one there.
We know that it's important that it's all connected as one. So another activity I want to give you, because this is an interactive piece, is that I could get in a comfortable position in your chairs, put your back against the chair, your feet flat on the floor. You're going to breathe in through your nostrils. You're going to hold it for 3 seconds, and you're going to exhale through your mouth. So give you an example. So breathe in through your nostrils. 1, 2, 3. Slowly exhale through your mouth. Breathe again through your nostril. 1, 2, 3. Exhale through your mouth. So when it comes to get into a place that now you can increase the blood flow, the mind can be calm. Now we can engage and get into what I call action-centered type learning. And when students come into the space, the whole goal is to give them some techniques and some tools, not only they can use in the S3, but they can take these techniques and these tools and they can use them inside the classroom. We officially opened the Student Success Space on the 24th of September, but before opening up on the 24th of September, we had students drop in on a daily basis. And since that time, we've had over 524 students from September the 24th to around December the 19th visit the Student Success Space. When I mentioned that number 524, 500, a little bit over, almost 550, is these students visited multiple times, so it's not just one visit. But if we look at the number of students that visited at least one time, those numbers are 174. We have what we call students that are our frequent flyers, our frequent visitors. And it's about 35 students that visit the S3 at least 2 to 3 times a week. And so this slide right here indicates that. And as I shared with you already about the practical skills, the whole goal is providing students with some type of practical skill set. The next one is we look at the blended piece and how the student success space collaborates with the counseling team, it collaborates with the staff there at AMS, and we constantly share. Just like we heard some words tonight about teamwork and team building. We heard the word about love. And we constantly talk about how can we best provide the highest quality of care and highest quality of service for students. Behind me are some of the things that pop up regularly that students have talked about. Talked about their academics, mental health, the social and emotional support, and also the overall well-being and wellness strategies. And I want to give you just a snapshot of what it looks like when a student receives a pass or an invitation. And this is an invitation to visit the S3. Either they have requested this on their own or their teacher have identified an area in which a student may need some support in, and they visit the S3. They may visit the S3 for 15 minutes or 10 minutes or even 5 minutes. And usually the teacher gives an indication or a small note of saying, Mr. C, this is a skill set that the student would like to work on, or this is their reason for being here. And so this is an example of that. As we look at stress and we look at things of anxiety, we know over the past 18 months we've seen an increase in anxiety and stress amongst middle school students. And so now it's my goal to work collaboratively with students once they enter in. How do we create a support for them that we can reduce those stress factors and mitigate those risk factors that may lead to stress? And one of the things that stood out for me just 2 weeks ago, we worked on building this positive environment for the student, and we talked with the counselor. We also reached out and talked with the teachers. And we said, let's recognize one thing that the student is doing well on a daily basis, and let's highlight that and share this with the student. Well, before the student received this highlight and this one positive thing, the student was walking around and his head was down and really didn't have a lot of energy. But once the teacher started recognizing this positive trait and we started posting it on a daily basis, 2 weeks ago the student was in the S3 and some other students came in and I had his positive comment posted there by the window. He taps his friend and he says, I gotta show you something. Look at that, that's me. Those words were written about me. And that's what I mean when it comes to creating an environment of care, creating an environment of support, that we know how social and emotional learning is connected to academics, but also we know how social and emotional learning is connected to our whole lives. Being able to provide those skills and those tools for students when it comes to self-regulation, when it comes to awareness of self, awareness of environment, how to build supportive relationships and identify those supportive relationships, and how to create certain goals in your life. Well, we talk about parent engagement, and this is an example of a circle that we're having there at the S3, and we're sharing some more skill sets. What I get a chance to do as a mental health specialist is call parents on the phone or even meet parents outside of the school day. It could be for lunch or it could be for evening dinner with their child. And we talk about some of the things that the students are doing well. We talk about some of the things that may be a challenge, and we talk about how we collaboratively can work together to help that student achieve the goals and dreams that they have. And for me, when it comes to parent engagement, I believe that's important. Instead of waiting for parents to come out and come to us, that we find ways to engage parents right in their own environments or places that are comfortable for them. And then we have this, what I call referral out, referral services, and through that piece, if the student requires additional mental health support services, we have things in place there at the middle school where students can be referred right inside the school day for mental health and mental health services, work collaboratively with counselors. And this could happen from meetings that we've had on a weekly basis when it comes to our student support service meeting, our SST or ILP meeting, or a meeting that we've had just with the parent conference or conference week when things may arise and we say, here's a way that we could best support this student. And the last one I want to just share with you is just a comment that a student has made. It says, I'm challenged with depression and anxiety, and this space has helped me to relax. So this is just a brief overview of the student success space, and I got a chance to look at the numbers just before leaving class. And now we've increased those numbers of students that come on a daily basis. We're averaging anywhere between 15 to 20 students on a daily basis that's visiting the S3. And this is from the time that school starts until the bell rings. And in some cases, we have students right before school starts are waiting to receive type of support, we're waiting to receive some type of service. And I believe what really is two things that come up for me when I look at the overall foundation piece. That one, students have supportive relationships, that they've identified that. And two, students are getting basic skills that they can practice inside the classroom or at home that can help them with their social and emotional learning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we want to have questions here about the AMS program before we move to the high school program?
I just had, go ahead.
I had some questions, and I think they were forwarded to you. I have a number of questions, but I'll try to focus on just a few. Given how students visit, and I wanted to connect the social emotional back to the classroom so that their success is not only the personal, but also the broader school picture as well as the academics. So I asked questions like, how do we show that the kids are taking away strategies from S3 that they then can be more successful in the classroom, because that's where the clashes are, and they need to be able to be successful in the classroom. So, for example, I asked, do we have statistics, data on they're spending more time in the classroom? Are they having more homework completion? Do they show a better attitude in the classroom? Do they have a better relationship with teachers? Are they practicing new strategies? And an extension of that is our teachers, because of their knowledge and seeing what's happening with the kids, that they're practicing different or new strategies with those students in particular. I also had asked about, well, test scores, stuff like that, but surveys from the teachers. Are you getting feedback from the teachers about how the students are feeling, or that they see an improvement in terms of how the students are responding in classes? Anecdotal comments from the teachers regarding specific students, and also from parents. What are parents saying about this? Have they noticed any changes?
An excellent question, and thank you for those questions and the feedback. And I believe in a broader context, those same questions can go into a comprehensive survey that we can do to gather that information. And we're looking at a couple of data points from school to students and also from parents. And I'll just give you an anecdotal of two students in particular. One student, he mentioned to me, he said, Mr. C, I was suspended over 20 times last year. He said, this year I've only been suspended once. The second anecdotal I like to give is from a teacher. And part of the work that I do is not only at the student success space, but also push inside the classroom. And a teacher shared with me, they said, Mr. C, before you were here, it was difficult even to walk in the hallways, and it was hard for me to manage my classroom. And I invited you in to share how we can do classroom management, but also how to create a positive environment within the class that's full with support and inspiration. So I gave those students an action plan, because I believe it's important to have some type of action that we can go back and we can review and see if it works. And since then, that classroom meets with me on a monthly basis, either in the S3 or I go push inside that class and visit that class in the classroom. And we've seen a turnaround in students' attitudes about school, but also students' relationship within the school. And those additional questions that you do have, we'll be able to put a survey together to grab that information.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Other questions from the board?
Kind of similar to that. I mean, you mentioned it, where you had the one student that was suspended 20 times and now only suspended once. My question was kind of related to that. Like, what response have you gotten from teachers and staff, and as it relates to like suspensions and kind of behavior issues since the program has been up and running?
Yeah, well, it's been really great, and thanks again for that question. What kind of feedback we've received from teachers regarding the program since the program has been running is, for me, I'm fully engaged throughout the school day. I mean, it's walking down the halls or engaging with students before school, after school, and during school. And with this push-in piece that I that Deb has implemented that I do. Another thing that we've included is a young men's group at our school that we've been meeting for 9 weeks. And some young men that we wanted to reduce some of the risk factors that those young men may be faced with. So that's one of the activities that we do, just to bring them together on a monthly basis for about 49 minutes. And some of the feedback, and some other feedback that I received from teachers at AMS is that we're glad that you're here. We have been able to see a positive change, not only in our classroom, but we've seen a positive change within our school community, in the school climate. And some teachers have mentioned to me, they say, well, it feels as if there's a different type of vibe within our school. And what I share with teachers, and it's just through the hard work of Deb that Deb has placed into the school, is that it's a collaborative work. I said, I joined in on a team. As I mentioned before, I believe that Deb and Dr. Wells set me up. They set me up for success. I'm surrounded around a group of teachers that believe in students, that have a heart for students, that wake up every day and say, how can we make a difference in the lives of students? And I'm just bringing a blended learning approach to be a part of that team. And so those are some of the things that teachers have shared. They say, we see the difference. We see how students are, they come to S3, and the work in the small steps that you give them, like we do a positive word each day of the week to say it's a tremendous Tuesday, or it's a thankful Tuesday. So just those words, how it can just change. And now we even have some teachers, they even start their class off with a positive word just to engage students in a different type of way.
Thank you, Board Member Hinckley. Did you have a question? Or
I don't have a question. I just want to say thank you for what you've done, that spirit that you've brought and that the whole team has brought to the school. Middle school, for me personally, was a nightmare. So I think that this is a really important time for kids. And, you know, we're going to hear about what happens when they get to the high school. But I have the sense, echoing what you just described from your own perspective, that this has shifted something in the culture and the spirit of positivity that you bring everywhere. And I just want to express my appreciation for all the work that you've done and that the rest of the team has done to really take some really challenging issues of a very challenging time of life head on. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
before we move on to the high school, I had a few questions about the clinical program at the middle school. So how many staff at AMS are qualified to provide clinical counseling?
So that would be my program.
Nice.
So you supervise the clinical program at the middle school as well as the high school?
I'll be speaking about it.
Okay. Okay, then we should move on. Thank you so much, Mr. Heisen.
Hi there. So thanks for having me back. I'm here actually not to talk about what happens when we get to the high school. Joanne, Sally Cohen, and I run a clinical mental health model. So you can think about that as a different way in, and hopefully the students and families we reach are sort of more tier 1, 2, 3, the top of the pyramid. I am going to speak just about the secondary schools. So that will be, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and Sally Cohen, that will be AMS, AHS, and McGregor. And then Joanne will speak about the elementary schools. And I think what makes our program different from what so many school districts have is that this, you know, the citizens of Albany voted in mental health services right into the school. So at AMS, AHS, and MAC, we've got 2 licensed professionals. I'm an LCSW, and Sally Cohen is an LMFT, marriage and family therapist and licensed clinical social worker. And we have 6 to 7 trainees, associates, depending on how you want to, what their degree is. We call them interns, social workers or therapists, and we provide therapy and other sort of mental health services for the kids who are referred to us as needing more help than perhaps the counselors or teachers or administrators feel that they can provide. I was here a few months ago, and so here's the list of the things we do. We do crisis intervention, I get kids knocking on the door all the time. At the middle school, it would be more likely to be, a crisis would be brought in by administration typically, or a counselor. We do assessment and referral to services. We do brief therapy, individual and group, and long-term therapy, again, also individual or group. A lot of parent consultations. I speak to parents, I think, every day. And lots of staff consultations. So we talked, these numbers are from last year. I wanted to give you a sense of a whole year. These are the numbers at AMS, specifically from the clinical mental health program. So we had 63 students served. The 609 office visits are separate from the 33 parent visits to our office. So you can think about these as hourly therapy, counseling type of appointments. So the total actually is 642 total visits. And then I put parent contacts also into the collateral contacts, and I don't include their office visits. I want to kind of know what's happening in the offices separately from what's happening on the phone. But when you see the 173 collateral contacts, those would be phone calls to students' doctors, to their parents. It would be our work with administrators, our work with the counselors, our work with the teachers. And here are the numbers for the high school and McGregor. These are combined. And as you can see, the high school is just a much larger program. Some of the reasons for that will become clear. We've got 250 students served in 2,450 office visits, plus another 69 parent visits to the office. So we've got about 2,500 visits total. We have 4 ongoing groups. We have a suite of offices as opposed to just the one office that they have in the middle school. So we can utilize more interns and we can provide a lot more mental health clinical services. The number of collateral contacts is also way up at the high school in McGregor, 567. So we're an extremely busy program. When I interview interns, which I'm doing right now, I tell them that they've got to have a lot of energy, be ready for, an almost an emergency room feel at times, a lot of chaos, a lot of juggling, and that's what we do. Moving on. So, this is a sobering list of what we see. We've seen it all, despite our small size as a city. There's really nothing you read about in the newspapers that we don't see in our offices. And people ask, how do you do trauma all day long, every day? And the truth is that as painful as it can be to be dealing with severe depression and anxiety all day long, it's also incredibly moving, healing. It's just amazing to bear witness to the resilience and the healing as it's happening. So that's how I would say we do it. But we hear, immigration horror stories, which include crossing into this country. They include deportation out. Our family, so many of our families are traumatized. We have students whose parents have come to us from war-torn countries or historically war-torn countries, whose families have experienced unspeakable violence. It's just part of the day-to-day of what we talk about, and it's amazing because then these kids leave our offices, they put on their happy face, and they head into class, and I often think it's just amazing that they're there. So the beauty of a school-based system, I would say, a school-based mental health system, is this. It's the overlap with the counselors, teachers, administrators, special ed, like every person working in the school. So aside from, the other things folks like about a mental health program are that, the physical accessibility. I don't have time to take my kid to therapy after school. And the financial accessibility, it's free to the students, it's not free to the district. And the ease of referral. I mean, the teachers can stop us in the halls and check in about someone. But this is my favorite part about working at a school, and it's that we can really utilize a village model. So not only at the level of assessment, can we see exactly how a student's doing in their classes and what discipline record they may have, or, or what the counselors have said about them, but at the level of intervention, we can use the whole village, and it's just incredible. So I like to tell the story about a student I saw who was so depressed, it was really interfering with their sleep. They watched their sleep reduce down to, I don't know, maybe 5 hours a night, and their homework was taking them, instead of, let's say, to the 2 to 3 hours a night of homework that an average high school student might have, or at least that they had turned into 5 or 6 hours. I imagine them sort of like zombie-like, trying to get through homework, which would have taken them half the time if they could have gotten the appropriate amount of sleep. And I went to the teachers, several of their teachers, with their permission, and I said, can we half this kid's homework for just 2 weeks? I want to see if we can restore them back to 7 or 8 hours a night, if they can get their homework done in sort of a more reasonable amount of time. So that's the kind of thing I love about doing mental health in schools. The clinical model has student referrals happening in various ways, and I think Joanne will speak about this at the elementary schools. At the middle school, referrals are typically coming from a weekly meeting of administrators and counselors, and things funnel through them. So teachers are turning to them first rather than directly to the mental health team. At McGregor, our mental health coordinator and interns meet with every student at least once. If you think about mental health issues, including an impairment in functioning, then kids who have not gotten all their credits are at higher likelihood of potentially having mental health concerns in need of addressing. And they're certainly not all seen, but they all know a face in the mental health team, and they all know that they're welcome to drop in. And at AHS, referrals come to me every which way. I've had neighbors call me, or my daughter's best friend. I'm really worried about my daughter's best friend, practically like an anonymous call. Can you check on so-and-so? Parent engagement, our gold standard, just along the lines of the village model, would be to have parents involved in the treatment. So only 1/3 of the kids we see are actually engaging in ongoing treatment. And to whatever extent it's possible, that treatment, and even more so for the middle school, is going to be most effective if we can get parents on board. So we love that most. Parent consent can be tricky. Parent consent and parent notification. Mental health, 12-year-olds and up are allowed to have sensitive service mental health services. Without parental consent, we really work on getting parental consent or parent notification in any case that we can. And the times where that is not advised are, and sometimes I wrote stages based on clinical considerations, particularly for the older students. They may really fear us talking to their parents at first, and they may say, no, I'm not coming back if you're going to notify my parents. And then typically over time, we build their trust. They feel like maybe something good could happen of not only a parent notification, but of like actually a parent meeting. And so typically it may take more time for the older students, but we're typically seeing parents and seeing parents talking to parents in most of the cases we see. And then referral out versus served by the program. There was a great question about this. So if you add up the numbers, we've got like 300 kids referred a year between the middle school and the high school, and we can't provide mental health services to them all. So it is this triaging and juggling that we're constantly doing. I'm typically looking at their level of risk, whether the family has viable outside options for treatment, and Kaiser's really interesting. You might have Kaiser insurance, but that might not give you, for a very high risk, highly depressed kid, it might not give you weekly services. It'll get you a psychiatrist visit. So different insurances work really differently. So we're looking at really what could this kid get on the outside versus here. And often we're working with outside providers as well. Also, our services are voluntary. So my motto is, if we can refer the kid out, we should. That's what I'm always trying to do. Again, not only because of the reason of numbers, but my belief even for high school students, is that, they're going to see trainees in our program, and if I can get them to see an experienced, licensed person, if their family has the resources for that, that's going to be preferable. But the other thing that's going to be lovely about that is that my interns leave at the end of each year, and if they've got an outside person who they can do 10 sessions with and then maybe return their junior year and then maybe just do a little bit before they leave, that transition from high school out the door, I think an outside provider is always best. We're always happy to collaborate with an outside provider. And that's, I think that's my last slide. Yeah.
Great, thank you very much, Ms. Ball.
Joanne, you wanna-
We'll have Ms. Weil now.
For people who prefer paper. So prior to the start of our program, which was for preschool and elementary school mental health program, there was actually one trainee at the Ocean View School. And so at the time, I was the mayor of Albany, and the school superintendent came to me and said, can you wave a magic wand and bring in mental health services to the elementary schools and the preschool? And so I recruited, and what we currently have the faculty of 7 supervisors, and we have 9 interns providing counseling and groups for the kids at the preschool and the 3 elementary schools. And for the first 3 years of the program, these supervisors all donated their time. And fortunately, after those 3 years, we were able to pay them minimally for an hour each week of the supervision that they give to the students. Now, in addition to the mental health program, I wrote the Albany Trauma Project grant, and that brought in $64,000. And it supports groups at the high school for African American, Asian Pacific Islander, and Latino youth and children. And then at the elementary schools, we've also provided trauma groups for the last 2 years at 2 of the elementary schools. So I know you've been receiving an onslaught of numbers today, but I'll give you some more. Compared to the high school and the middle school, we need to obtain parents' consent when we do counseling for the children. So we actually do quite a bit of work with parents and the teachers, and as well as the kids, just because they need to agree with the idea of counseling for the child. And so between our groups and the individual sessions, we had seen about 200 kids this last year, over 1,000 sessions. We've had parent meetings. We do a lot of consultation with teachers. And then we do quite a few groups. We have Changing Families groups where children who are having parents who are separated or going through divorce will meet together with other children having similar experiences. We've done boys groups, girls groups. Actually, I'm also thinking about our Mambo Math Club that you had, the idea that there was an anxiety that we think especially girls seem to have about math. So we created a Mambo Math group to help kids with test taking and having more comfort, especially the girls. And then we have a trauma focus group. Shelley mentioned most of the things that, reasons for referrals that we receive that are similar to middle and high school. And we've had 2 children in the last year who've had siblings who've been killed related to gun violence. And so, as Shelley mentioned, everything that you read in the newspaper happens to our children. And so part of what we do is grief work with the children and helping them absorb these losses and develop coping skills to get through them. Also families with domestic violence where children are very frightened about dangers to themselves, to their parents, and often in play therapy they're talking about becoming policemen, not surprisingly. So we appreciate the ongoing support that we've had from the board, and happy to answer any questions. And also, if you had some for Shelley, feel free.
Thank you very much.
I see. Board?
I have a couple questions. One is you differentiated between parental notification and parental consent. Can you explain for the 12 and up group what the difference is?
So once students are 12 and up, they can consent to their own treatment. So we'd love to get parent signatures on those forms as well, but the kids can consent to their own treatment. Once a kid consents to their own treatment, there's still a mandate to notify the parents of services, unless, a clinician deems that inappropriate. So as you can imagine, deeming that inappropriate, takes a good amount of assessment. We don't generally push for it in the first session. We're trying to figure out whether it would hinder the child's willingness to participate, whether that might bring risks with it, whether there might be abuse in the family, whether, a whole host of considerations. Yeah. So parent consent isn't something that gets waived. It's just something that's not required. We try to get the consent forms to the parents as well. And parent notification is something that can be waived. And we try not to do that very often, but sometimes there are compelling reasons too.
Got it. And then my other question is about, as kids move from elementary to middle to high school, what's the sort of process for passing on their records and sort of doing that handoff, I guess, at both of those transitions?
We talk a lot together. And then we refer from preschool, elementary, we're always passing on the names and the records, the counseling records that we have so that children can receive counseling at the next level.
And at the secondary schools, Sally and I cover both sites. So yeah, we're referring once the 8th to 9th grade transitions. We do the group supervision of all our interns together. So we have a lot of information. So Sally does McGregor and the middle school, and I do the high school, but we cover for each other on the days when the other's not there, and we work together as a team.
Great.
Go ahead.
I'm wondering, I know you've given us so much information, but would you be able at the high school to provide us, and actually at the middle school as well, and all of you, with data regarding ethnicity of the students and gender of the students? Is that possible?
Yes, I have that, and that goes each year to the district and to all of the principals, so you can ask from them or from me for that data.
Okay.
So I spend a lot of time over the summer just collecting all these numbers, so yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I want to just, if there's no other board questions, I want to...
Make another positivity comment.
You bet. Yeah.
It's a really, we have, as you said, we heard a report on this a month ago or 2 months ago, but it's very heartwarming to hear how many resources we're able to offer students. And I think people often do perceive that because we're a small community, we might not have the same issues as the world at large, and obviously we do, and it's always really heartwarming to be reminded that we have the resources to serve these students and offer some young people a great entree into the profession. So,
thank you for that.
I'll second that, and thank you all very, very much for your work. Okay. I would like to get back to our council. Can you approach the podium and let us know about the rule of order?
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to review your rules of order. Taking a look at Rule of Order number 8, it speaks to items that have been agendized as action items, and it states that if there has been no discussion or only a brief discussion about an item that's been agendized for action, a motion can be made for further discussion. If, however, in the board president's view that an action item agendized has already had substantial discussion, the board president can summarize what that substantial discussion consisted of, summarize what that consensus included, and then if there's still a motion at that point, a motion can be made per your rules of order for further discussion. If it's seconded, then the board president's to take a roll call up or down vote on whether or not the motion passes or not.
Okay, then what I would like to do is I would like to proceed with our agenda, and so that we can discuss the item, and then at the end of our discussion, we can decide at that point and take a vote about whether to end it with discussion or offer it for action. Am I within my rights to do that?
I think that would be in compliance with your rules of order, yes.
Okay. Okay, board. So we will continue with our agenda. We will discuss item 12-2, and then at the end of our discussion, we'll vote on whether to act on it or table it.
You mean 12-3?
Thank you, Sarah. Yes.
Okay.
Can I add one thing?
Certainly.
So then at the end of the discussion, if the board agrees that we need to further discuss it, then we can decide if we want to vote or not. Because that's all I was really trying to say, is that
Sure.
just because it's on review and action doesn't mean we have to vote. And if that's what the board
Absolutely.
feels, then.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Right. We will not vote on it unless there is consensus on the board that we are ready to vote on it.
Thank you. And thank
Super.
you for clarification. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay. And now we will proceed with agenda item 8, approval of the consent calendar.
Madam Chair, I'm going to request that we pull items 8-2 and 8-3.
Superintendent, can you explain the reason for pulling those items, please?
Yes, we have, after much consultation with Alameda County and stand in line with the state guidelines in terms of trying to keep all of our kids safe and out of major large crowds, we decided to cancel some field trips until further notice.
I understand. Thank you. I know those are difficult decisions because I know that the students get a great deal out of these field trips. However, we're in an unusual situation right now. So, board, the consent calendar consists of only item 8-1. May I have a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve the consent calendar with the changes.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, board. We've already done our superintendent and board member reports. Yeah, I think I got my pages out of order for a little while. But that does move us to item 11, persons to address the board on matters not on the agenda. You see a community member approaching. Board practice limits each speaker to no more than 3 minutes. The Brown Act limits board's ability to discuss or act on items which are not on the agenda. Therefore, such items may be referred to staff for comment or for consideration on a future agenda. Go ahead.
Good evening, board, staff. Congratulations on the passage of Measure B so resoundingly. That said, as I've spoken to each of you individually a few months ago, Measure B is incredibly regressive. So Target, for instance, will pay the same amount per year as a owner of a single bedroom condominium. Will pay the same amount as the owner of a studio. It's obviously a very regressive tax. The Albany Democratic Club, of which I'm a part, passed a motion asking the school board to work towards a more progressive tax structure starting now. I believe from reviewing the record that there was some confusion about whether The Albany School District could levy a tax based on square footage, for instance, which would be fairer. Neighboring districts have done that with no problem. I think part of the confusion is around a state law, a legal case called Barricas, which in the city of Alameda was because they decided to levy a tax rate that was different for commercial than residential. That went to the Supreme Court and was struck down as unconstitutional. Since then, in 2016, the Alameda School District passed a per square foot tax that was uniform across all uses. That was also attacked legally and withstood legal challenge. Berkeley in 2016 passed the same tax, was not attacked legally. Piedmont passed a per square foot tax last year. It has not been attacked to my knowledge. And Berkeley just passed another per square foot tax at the same election that we just passed Measure B. So you do have options, far more options than I believe you were advised to. And so we would ask you that you agendize this issue at your next meeting. Low-income households in Albany, of which there are hundreds according to the census, pay 3, 4, 5 times the percent of their income in taxes to support the schools as other households in Albany do on average. And this is clearly not in line with the beliefs of our city, I would say. I would also offer that, as you've heard from me before, the school district is under the city charter, which has its pros and cons. There is a wide pro open to you on this issue. State government code does not provide the option for a school district to provide an exemption to low-income households. We could amend our charter to provide the school district that power. And so that's something that you have available to you as being under a charter of a city. So again, we'd love to work with you on this issue, and we hope that you'll agendize it at your next meeting so we can start moving in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other persons to address the board on matters not on the agenda, we will move into review and action. Our first item is 12-1, Resolution 2019-20-16, Release Non-Reelect Temporary Certificated Employees. Superintendent?
Madam Chair, we have our HR lead giving an overview of this annual unfortunate event.
Good evening, everyone. Marina Gonzalez, Personnel Coordinator. So this is something that some board members might be familiar with. This is an annual resolution that we bring to the board to just a formality to state that folks that we have hired under temporary contracts for the year or for a part of the year, that service will be ending at the conclusion of that temporary contract. We have a list of, which you will see on the second page, and this list and these positions, these are positions that are backfilling for folks who, permanent teachers, who are on leave. And then there's a small percentage of FTE that is funded through temporary funding. So that's what the purpose of this resolution is for. Do we have any questions?
Board, if you have no questions, can I have a motion?
A question. Here it indicates 3.2 FTE will be filled with reduction teachers. This was based on a question I asked and was given this response in terms of specifically each of those positions. Everybody should have that in terms of the question answers. And I'm looking at the one that says 3.2 FTE will be filled with reduction teachers. Now, we haven't had that discussion yet. So how would this impact if it doesn't result in reduction of teachers, for example?
So then if these were to become true openings, then we could see ourselves hiring for those positions, for that FTE.
So, but in order to approve this resolution, the information you provided, it doesn't have to be that position, for example. In other words, the resolution you gave more an answer to a question, but the resolution itself doesn't have to have the specifics of where they're going to come from, the filling of those positions.
So let's see, so the FTE that is listed here, all of these positions were filled with temporary contracts. And when we're hiring, we're filling with temporary contracts because we're backfilling. Around this time of year, we're also trying to figure out who's coming back from leave. So on many of these, folks are returning from leave. But we're also hearing from folks, I'm not coming back from leave. I'm actually going to resign. And so then that becomes a true opening for us to fill for the following year. And right now, the work that we've done, which we haven't discussed, in terms of if that we are to see a reduction of FTE, to be discussed later, then these true openings would become true openings that we would fill with our permanent staff if they need to find another place.
However, this list is indicated as part of the resolution, whereas the employees listed in Exhibit A to this temporary, right? These are, in other words, these the Exhibit A are the temporaries.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay, and nowhere in the resolution does it refer to how those positions are going to be filled?
No.
Okay. So, okay, I.
Do you have more questions? It never feels good to make a resolution for somebody to possibly not come back, but somebody has to do it. I move that we approve resolution number 2019-2016 to release non-reelect temporary certificated employees.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously. And that brings us to 12-2, the financial year 2019-20 second interim financial report.
Thank you, Board President Rutain. So now we are here for the second interim report, and this is routinely required state reporting with the adoption and first interim. So we have 3 budget reports throughout the year, and the unaudited actual is the actual number, not the budget numbers. It's coming sometime in September of this year. And then after that, with the actual numbers, we will get audited by our independent auditors, and it's coming usually the following year in January. So this second interim includes the update in revenues and expenditures since the first interim report, and also includes SAC's fiscal report required by the state, and have 3-year projection, which is current year and 2 subsequent years. So the budget process timeline. We are in March for the second interim report. So now in April, we will have LCAP and budget development until May, and we will have our next year's budget in June. So it's a budget cycle. And this is a legal requirement documentation, and we are certifying as a positive for the second interim report for 1920, meaning district will meet our financial obligations for the current and next 2 years. So here I'd like to point this out on enrollment trend. So we are 1920, 3,586. So that shows about 96 students dropped from last year. And you can also see for last 5 years, we have about lost 300 students in last 5 years. So this is a change from the first interim report. The revenue, we have more revenues received for the field trip from all 5 schools and 6 schools. Local donations. Expenditures, we also tightening up more budgets, meaning there are some still unfilled positions. So that means we are going to reduce the budget for the unfilled positions. along with their benefits, right? Because we were going to pay them a year benefits. Now we are expecting to pay them about like another 3-4 months if we get to hire the positions. Also, again, this does not include any unanticipated items, litigations, or any other unknown expenditures or revenues. So this is our general fund total revenues. As you can see, we have, about 13% of our partial tax is our total revenue. And this is a state funding along with other state funding, which is other small grants. And also this is our federal revenue of only 2%. Okay, the next one, we have total expenditures in our general fund. You can see that about 84%, it varies 84 to 87 usually, are our personnel expenditures. Salaries for classified and certificated, and also with the benefits, payroll taxes. Okay. So that means in this chart, 84% is salaries and benefits. So only 16% are utilities, supplies, textbooks. So when we address the budget, we really don't have a lot of rooms in 16% because we still have to make our utility payment. We still have to provide supplies. So it's really not much that we can address in this area. Okay, so the next one. So this is from similar numbers from the first interim report. The only change I would like to point out is here, the cost of living adjustment, then now it's 2.29 instead of 3%. So it went down from the governor's proposal in January, as well as this 2.71. Oof, my hands. And the next one, so stars and pearls. So as you can see, this is again, when you look at like 5 years back, we are here 5 million. When we look back, it doubled in last 5 years. It used to be about little over 2 million. Now we are looking at over 5 million. And that really costs a lot of district old expenditures. Okay. So the multi-year projection, I like to point out this unrestricted part first because restricted monies are hard for us to control, meaning we have certain purposes for restricted money. So we like to maybe look into unrestricted side. This is more of the, we have a room to adjust our numbers. So here, as you can see, for 1920, we have about loss of $500,000. But 2021, I'm projecting $1,895,000. Wow, that's a big difference. This is the difference is about $1,300,000 something. The reason is next year for 2021, cost of stepping column increase, usually annually about $600,000 for our district. And stars and pearls increase for next year is about $500,000. So without any additional expenditures we are anticipating, or without any raises, we will have to spend $1,000,001 additional money just to cover our payroll cost. Okay? And now the government state is giving us 2.29 COLA in 2021. That is about $720,000 additional money we are getting. Usually it's about 3%, that equals about $1 million. So this case, since the COLA went down, we are getting $720, and we are supposed to cover our payroll expenditures next year, which it doesn't cover. So the difference is about $380,000. Right? So then you will see, okay, $500,000 plus another $380,000 net deficit for next year. However, we lost about 96 students. So that is about 960, about $1 million for us that we are going to see next year. So that is about $1.3 million. So you can see the difference of 500, that the net decrease jumped to $1.89 million. So that is really the summary of why our net deficit went up significantly. Okay. So this is another thing that state put together, the school services. It shows that 1920, we had a, 1920, we had a better year because we were getting more COLA, and the step and column, stirs and purse was less than what we were getting. But now 2021, as I said, 2.29 COLA is a lot less than what we can cover for our payroll expenditures. Next one. So the merger projection, this is combined, both unrestricted and restricted. So this number is quite similar, but as you can see, so for us, this is the first, our current year and next 2 years. Without the partial tax, we are gonna see a negative fund balance in 2023. So when we bring the budget in June, this is the budget we are gonna bring this current year, right, and next 2 years. With the partial tax of 700,000, as you can see right there, we have about 700,000 more, and now we have a positive fund balance. So this is a great news that we actually do have about 700,000 additional revenue coming in from 21-22 for annually. Okay, so now this is,
these numbers that you're showing on the screen are different than what came out in the budget packet, in the board packet?
it should be the same, and I can go over that with you. It should be the same number. With
Because you're going so fast, I can't even compare.
oh,
And it just doesn't look, yeah, I didn't see these slides, and I looked at it like 5 times.
so the budget board backup and the little chart in the back. That should be the same as these 3 years.
Okay, CBO Kim, I'll just ask you, can you start your comments about this slide again, so we go over this one slide once more?
Sure.
Thank you.
So, okay, should I go back further, or are you
No,
good with? Okay.
no.
So this is what we are legally presented for the second interim, and you can see the same number in a board backup without this 4th year, because we are legally just need to present our current year and next 2 years. So in the board backup, you will only see these 3 years. Okay, and when I prepared the second interim report, our partial tax, we didn't have the passes of our partial tax B. So that number is not included here, because it's a lot of contingencies that I'm going to go over a little later. And next slide. And this chart here, now you can see that 700,000 is added onto it, because this is now reality. This is what we have prepared our second interim back then, about 2 weeks ago, about almost a week ago. And now this is with the additional money from the partial tax measure B.
Well,
Yes.
excuse me, community members, you understand that the audio will not catch your comments or questions unless you're at the podium. It's okay, just for information. Okay.
Okay, so that is correct. The partial tax, regular partial tax is all baked in. So the next slide. So this is our Superintendent Dr. Wells will go over the budget reduction of $1.3 million this evening later on. So now this is where we are in reality, right? Because our second interim does not include any of this scenario because it was too many of contingencies. Partial tax didn't get passed. That means there are no 2% raises. That means we don't have to cut 1.3 million. So now this is all included here in this one graph or one chart table. So with the 2% raise, with the 700,000, that we are looking for not even 3% here. So this is our current year, 1, 2. So our second interim wouldn't have been passed, will get qualified because it's not 3%. So now we are bringing up the $1.3 million budget reductions in 2021, starting 2021, ongoing. You will see
over 3% even 22, 23. So in June, when I bring these numbers, 1, 2, we'll still meet our over 3%. So now the district has offered additional 1% to our bargaining unions or our employee groups. So that 3% raises means about $990,000 starting 1920. So that gives us over 3% in 2021 at this point. However, when I bring the June budget, this is going to be the current year, and next 2 years, we don't have 3%. So that means either we will have to have 40 additional students, maybe with possibly 1 FTE in 2021, so then we can have more revenues here to make this 3%. Or if that doesn't happen, we don't get enough inter-district transfers students, that means we will have to address another cuts in 21, 22 to meet the 3%.
Excuse me, CBO Kim, just to, because the financial information is hard to digest, I'm going to try to go over this slide again, and then you will correct me when I make all my mistakes, okay?
Sure.
So the first section up there is because we had a memorandum of understanding with ATA that if the parcel tax passed, we would raise salaries 2%. And so you say above it, that's with the parcel tax measure B and with those raises. So if we had, if that had been our second interim, if the timing had been a little bit different, then we would be in qualified status with our second interim because our fund balance goes down to 1.13%. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so that put the district in the position of having to make what you list there as $1.3 million in cuts. And so that middle table includes the revenue from Measure B, which we are all confident has passed, and it includes the 2% raise that was promised with the MOU, and that does keep us out of qualified status. Okay?
That is correct.
However, it looks like when we get to the June budget, wait, I'm just going to leave. I'm going to go down to the bottom section. So that includes Measure B. That includes not only the 2% raise that was in the MOU, but also includes the 1% raise that the district has offered. So now we're at 3% raise. Mm-hmm. And even with a $1.3 million reduction in staff beginning next year, that still puts us in qualified status in the third year out. So the June budget, as it stands, is going to be qualified?
If we don't have additional students. Yes, that is correct. So when
okay, wait, whoa.
A question about that, though, because last year we had it wasn't clear that the county was going to accept inter-district transfers, accept our conviction that enrollment was going to go up. Mm-hmm. What would it take for us to be able, let's say we do have 40 new students, we accept them, they're enrolled, we're submitting a budget in June, will the county actually take that?
Yes, so I would like to see the actual applications, and if there is an actual application, I can put that on our revenue projection.
Okay.
So last year I had about 13, so that's why I was able to put 13. If I see 40 students coming in, then I can put those 40 students here.
And just applications, or that we have accepted?
Applications, because we will try to find rooms. Because for me, when I look at the application, okay, it is real numbers. Mm-hmm. We have a possibility of getting these IDT students of 40.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, I'm going to say it again just to make sure that I get it. The bottom set of numbers on the table includes the Measure B parcel tax. It includes the 1.3 million of staff of reductions, and it includes the 2% raise promised in the MOU, the 1% raise that's been offered since then, and with all that together, we have a qualified budget for next year. So in June, unless we get these interdistrict transfers, we're going to be faced with going into qualified status. That is our financial situation. That's a little bit scary, CBO Kim.
That is correct. When I actually projected this about $1.3 million cuts, before the governor's budget proposal, I was able to make the 3%. However, because the CALB went down, we are losing about 200-something thousand, 2021 and 21-22. So that's why we are not able to meet the 3%. But with our interdistrict transfers, and hopefully we can meet the 3%. So this is more of the not very conservative. It's more of what I believe, because I do believe that there are some application already came in. So this is more of the scenario that I built in at this time. Okay, so the next slide is our next steps. So tonight is the second interim report, and the next board meeting we will have 18-19 audit for bond, financial, and performance audit. This is a little different from the other audits because now it includes performance audit, meaning that we spend our money with our bond languages. So, and you can see that audit is about a year behind. And April and May, it will be a budget development time, meaning I'll be working closely with our food services director, with our child care department directors, because so this is one thing that I like to point it out, because we added more programs this current year, like food services, we added up breakfast programs. I like to see now where we are so I can build a budget for the next year. And also we have now after school programs with the Ocean View temporary housings. So we need to also look into the actual numbers, how much money we made or maybe we lost, and so then we can build a better budget for the next year. So it's gonna be some work there in between April and May, because Ocean View just moved in like few weeks ago, so we don't have the number yet, right? All this housing in different areas, so we just don't have the number yet. So now May 19th is May revise, and June 9th we will have budget public hearing with the LCAP public hearing, and it goes together, LCAP and budget, and June 23rd it will be a budget adoption. Any questions?
Thank you so much. I open it up to board questions. After the board has had their questions answered, then I'll open it up to the floor.
I want to just make I asked you this before, so I know the answer to the question I'm asking, but so for the 2019-20 second interim budget, by the board approving it, there's nothing built in there about reductions or changes or anything. Parcel tax increase isn't in there, the MOU isn't in there.
Talk closer into
Sorry. I'm trying to stay far away from everything. So by us approving the second interim, because of the timing, we're fortunate to be in positive status without making any of the changes we're going to discuss in the next item.
That is correct.
Okay.
So second interim, right, does not have any of these.
Okay. I guess I will ask one, oh, sorry. One other question. One of the things I noticed is that, and had asked you some questions about, is a lot of work you did between the first and second interim reconciling our actual expenditures and revenues in order to ensure that by the time we get to the end of this year, our actual expenditures and revenues have been much more closely predicted than in the past.
Right.
And you talked a little bit about doing that work to ensure that we've accounted for positions that went unfilled and accounted for unexpected revenues and unexpected expenditures, and are feeling that this reflects very closely within the complicated parameters of budgeting where we're likely to end up at the end of the year. Because I think that is an important piece of the discussion leading into the next item about whether this actually reflects our financial picture as well as we can make it right now.
Right, that is correct.
What else? Community? Oh, excuse me, Vice President
I just
Jerome.
wanted to clarify. So if we get, say, the 40 students is the number we're looking at for interdistrict transfers, that's 40K, is that right?
40 students means about 400.
400,
Right.
400. And where does that, that's not shown here, right? So that'll
No.
change the figures
That is correct.
by 400K.
That is correct. However, if I said about 40 students, I am assuming that there's going to be an additional FTE. One FTE costs about 110, so we'll be about like 290. But starting 2021, and again, because it's going to be ongoing revenue for us.
Okay, so now I have a question based on that. So we previously talked about losing the 96 students. So if we lost 96, need to gain 40. I know they'll be like in different classes, but because we lost, there's 96 less students to teach. So then why would we need to add in the additional FTE, which is going to take away from the revenue that we get from the additional students? We lost 96.
So tonight, you can see with the 1.3 million proposal that we have, a lot of the general ed teachers are really addressing the enrollment issues. So it's not the specific teachers, but the general ed teachers are really addressing for those vacant positions for students, like those drops of 96 students. So hopefully that will cover those students that we might not need those teachers to address those students, 96 less students. So that means when we have more students, 40 students, we'll need to have another teacher.
Let me ask a clarifying question. You're talking about 40 students that I think would allow us to have a 3% reserve. Does the district feel that we have room for more than 40 students? Superintendent Wells?
Madam Chair, we lost 96, so we definitely have room for 96 students. We also have a capacity to have a few hundred more, but we wanted to keep our schools as small as possible. 96 would prevent us from having a loss of $1 million, which will probably cause us to address the program. So currently, I know you didn't ask this piece, we have a very aggressive campaign, and we're convinced, and I'm optimistic that we can recoup the 96 students that we lost.
Thank you for clarifying.
But so I just want to make sure I'm clear. We lost 96 students, we want to bring back 40, but we put in there that if we bring in 40, that we need to hire an additional teacher or hire additional FTE, but we don't need to, what I'm saying is, why are we including the FTE, which takes away from the money that we're bringing in from bringing in the additional students when we already lost 96 students? So I don't think it should be included because it throws the numbers off as to where we need to be and what we need to cut.
Well, thank you for that, Trustee Doss. One of the things we really are committed to is keeping our classes at the historical ranges. And in order to do that without having significant increased class sizes, we need to have FTE parallel with the number of students we increase and or lose. And so
Right,
we're
but
going to need with additional students. I think, and it's very somewhat complicated in the sense that it depends on where the students are, if they're at the high school, middle school, or spread out. So that's another factor as well.
So that's basically saying like, so the 96 students, we're talking about the kindergarten students, and because that's where we lost the 96, the majority came from or is that all together?
That's all together.
So if we're saying that it's all together, and the teachers are from different ranges, I mean, is it from like the elementary school, like some from the elementary school, some from, what I'm trying to understand is I know teachers, since I've been in the district, I know teachers that have taught like at every level. So instead of bringing in, like, what's the parameters for teachers being able to move, teaching different classes, different things like that? I'm just trying to figure out how we can, because we already have all these, great teachers in there. They can move around and teach at different levels. I think one teacher, if I remember correctly, taught like second grade and then moved and then taught third grade too, like just moved with the class, I see like teachers move from like different grades to different, so I'm just wondering how.
Well, maybe this might help a little bit. Where we have significant rooms in our current grades would be the incoming first grade, sixth grade, and ninth grade. That's where we have a lot of space. And then throughout all the grades, you have a space here, a space there. I'm hoping that helped in terms of giving you a picture of where, quote, the vacancies, space may be for our inter-district transfers in the upcoming year.
Well, I'm pretty clear where the vacancies are. That's fine. I know where the vacancies are.
Yes, Board Member Clark.
Yeah, I have a question for you, Frank. If you say that you're confident that we're going to be able to get 96 new students, then why are you asking for $1.3 million in cuts?
I'm saying I'm optimistic, and the way our budget works with AB 1200 with the county and the state is that they don't count what you think you believe you will get. They go with what you actually have in terms of projected revenues. I'm being optimistic because Albany is a very desirable district, and I think if the neighboring communities knew that we had these openings for enrollment, that folks would come and take advantage of the opportunities here in Albany.
Right, but that would be more reason for me to say we need to have more discussion and kind of slow things down. In a couple more months, we might find out that we have the 60 students or 80 students, so then it will be reality. It won't just be hopeful thinking or whatever.
Yeah, I think come mid-April, we have a clear picture.
Community comment?
So I have a bunch of questions. My name is Miriam Walden, and I'm the treasurer for the union. And just to clarify, I'm here working for free. Neither the union nor you pay me for this work. I think it might help to start with a little procedural clarification before the questions. So one thing that we're all dealing with right now is that this slide is brand new to everybody in this room. Yeah, so I don't know about you guys, but I spent hours studying the budget over the weekend, having received it only Friday afternoon. And so that was what I was studying. It's not the same as this. So we're all dealing with that, yeah? And this is not a very detailed budget, so we can't really do much with it either. Yeah, so we can't ask questions like in detail because it's tricky to look at the detail on something like this, which is just a very general summary. And we spent all our time looking at these details, which only became available on Friday, even though there was a budget committee meeting last Wednesday. So not the budget committee nor anyone in the community has seen this material until Friday. So this is what we're all dealing with sort of procedurally, right, is that a lot of information to process in a very short period of time. The other thing we're dealing with is the word assume, which I think you heard my colleague say, and we all know the phrase about what happens when you assume things, right? So we can assume that we need another teacher if you get 40 students. That's not looking at my classroom that has 2 empty tables in it. So you don't know anything about how many teachers you need to deal with enrollment until you're doing a master schedule, and they haven't done the master schedule yet for the high school and the middle school. And then you don't know that until you've done classroom assignments for the elementary school. Does that make sense? So that whole process is still to happen, and that process is how we get away from assuming and start actually knowing. So that is another obvious issue which we're all dealing with, which is just that we don't have the right information. And so we're stuck with my colleagues' assumptions, and those may make us not look very accurate when it comes to June. Yeah? So going to the questions. With regard to the parcel tax funds, I'm still having trouble figuring out. It's like now you're throwing them all up here. But you said that they weren't in the second interim. And yet, I'm looking at the multi-year projections right now. When I look at the multi-year projections, there's a very stable local revenue number there. So you're saying the parcel taxes weren't in here? The parcel tax that would have expired should have come out in 21-22,
Right.
but you left it in, but you didn't put in the additional 700. Is that what you mean?
Right.
Okay. So you did assume that it would pass. You just did not put the additional amount in. All right. Another thing that's happening is that you're discussing declining enrollment and small COLAs, but you still have stable state revenue in these multi-year projections. So how is declining enrollment calculated here when state revenue in the local control funding formula is almost stable and increasing?
So,
I mean, I see it in your slides, but I'm looking at the numbers now, and I'm not seeing it.
So when you look at it here, you can see about 700,000 increase, another increase here. So this is the increase that we get from COLA. So every year, whenever we get COLA, we should expect more money from the state. But now when you look at this year, we don't. And the reason is we are certainly getting more money in this year compared to this year, but looks like it dropped because of our loss of ADAs, loss of enrollment of 96 students. So in reality, we are getting 720,000 more, and we are getting less of $1 million. And it hits from this year because we get funded higher of 2 years, meaning 1920, we got lucky because we get still funded on 18-19 number. But now when we move to 2021, we will have to get funded either this year or this year, whichever higher. And this number projected flat enrollment from 1920, so that's why the number has a little dropped. Okay.
All right, since those numbers don't agree with the numbers in the report, I'm just going to skip that question. So let's talk about the detailed budget then. I'm looking at materials and supplies costs in the second interim report. Are you looking with me? So we originally budgeted for materials and supplies cost of $890,000. Then the budget was revised up to $1.4 million. Then this budget revises it up to $1.5 million. By my calculation, that's a 71% increase in expenditures for materials and supplies over what we had budgeted at the end of last year for this year. So what explains this 71% increase in expenditures for materials and supplies?
So this is really good question, actually. So the original budget does not include any carryovers from last year. Okay?
Carryovers of income or carryovers of expenditures?
Expenditure that we didn't spend. For example, lottery money for textbook and instructional materials. So at the end of last year, we actually were able to carry over about $170,000. So when we adopt the budget in June, we didn't know, right? Because the number is built in May. So we didn't know we were going to have the leftover money that we can spend the following year. Same thing with the site funds. We didn't know that we are going to not spend everything. So then those money gets carried over. So lottery money, and also I like to point out the routine maintenance account money. There's another $140,000 that it didn't get spent last year, that it got carried over because we were short in staff. We just were not able to perform what we were planning to do last year, and those money gets carried over. So a lot of times it's almost easier to look at our unrestricted side because those are restricted money that it gets carried over. Okay, so when you look at the budget, it's always easier just to focus on unrestricted, so then we can just take out those, we cannot count those restricted account money. Because that's something that we will have to reserve and use it for the next year or even for the following years.
The restricted funds don't account for that entire amount. They only account for $700,000.
And also, another thing, so I just mentioned about revenue increase of $258,000 from the field trip donation. So that is only field trip. That means when the field trip revenue we receive, we also have expenditures go up exactly the same amount, or maybe more, right? So when we have about $300,000 donation from school side, for a certain purpose, meaning for field trip, for anything happens at the school site, expenditure will go up together. So the net effect is zero, but revenue goes up and expenditure goes up. So you will see a lot of supplies and also contract because we got to do buses and field trips.
So you're saying that if I were then to try to trace this back, I would find it in local revenue? Where would the carryovers be? Which revenue line would the matching number be?
So you can look at an audit actual of last year's, meaning because we recognize as a revenue last year, right? So let's say easy one is lottery money.
If you're saying it's a net, if it's a net wash, then it should appear in here as revenue.
Only for the school donation for this year. But for example, lottery money, because we recognize it as a revenue when we received last year, so now it's sitting in a fund balance.
I see. Okay. So additionally, if you look at the line for travel and conferences, it shows that we started out this year with a budget of $57,000 for travel and conferences, which was then increased to $130,000 and then increased again to $134,000. That's an increase of 130%. Why did we increase our spending in travel and conferences by 130%?
So I believe, I haven't looked at it, but I can get you more details answer later on. But I believe one thing I just can think of is field trips. Travel, I think that's in the same account. So
when I do a field trip, I raise all the money for the field trip myself. So that just doesn't wash for me. I have never, ever, ever had the school district pay a dime for a field trip that I have done. So I'm just not going to buy that one.
No, so it is correct that your field trip, let's say, costs $30,000. So expenditure goes up by $30,000, and the revenue goes up by $30,000. So at the end, it's a wash for the field trip. So that's what I realized. So even there was a bold question, why is our expenditure went up? Because we have more money coming in to cover those expenditures. So certain things, like certain field trips, most of field trip, but I mean certain event are really net zero event.
So I'm looking at now professional consulting services. Originally, we had budgeted for $2.4 million for professional consulting services. Then it increased to $2.8 million, and then it increased in this budget to $4 million. That's an increase of, it's a lower percent, but it's a larger amount. I did calculate the percent, 65%. So why are we spending that much more on professional consulting services?
So I actually looked at the same thing earlier this week. Well, last week. The reason is most likely, I mean, not most likely, I do know the reason. So about 3 FTE, we were not able to hire the teachers, so we are contracting those teachers out. So that's another contract services expenditure went up, but our certificate salaries went down by that. And also our MPS students. We have now 11 MPS students.
Say that, spell out the acronym.
Non-public school students. So when you look at the data in the CD website, we used to have like 6, I believe, and now it's 11. So that means we have a lot more contract services for those students. So those are the special ed expenditures that I do expect to see a big increase in the net object 5800, the contract services for those non-public school students.
So what you're saying is that we've lost control over our expenditures for non-public school students, in other words, students who were unable to serve in the current program or whose parents perceive that we're unable to serve them, and then it's adjudicated and that we become obligated to pay for their private school education. And then what we're doing is we're projecting that situation into the future while simultaneously discussing in a separate agenda item that we will reduce special ed staff. Just flagging that. But the other thing here is that if the 3 expenditure categories that I just talked about are sort of like things that happened, which some of these are and some of these aren't, why would they then be projected for the next 3 years at the same level? Because that's what you've done in the multi-year projections.
Right.
In other words, you don't plan on getting control of the special ed spending. In other words, you don't plan on fixing the 3 FTE. In other words, you don't plan on fixing the textbook carryover, which should be a one-time thing, is you're planning for it to continue to happen every year into the next 3 years.
So the other ones, I understand. It's because what I understand is those students will be our students even next year and the following years unless they graduate. So those are in our multi-year projection for the same level.
I want to interrupt. I don't think that placing a student that has special needs in a non-public school means that the district has lost control. I think that the students that have the needs that require them to be placed in a non-public school, those students deserve to be served where they can be best educated. I do not think at all that it represents a loss of control here.
It was a question, not a...
I have a clarifying question. Well, actually, 2. One, I think that the things that Mrs. Walton are saying are valid. She is 10 minutes over her time, and there's other people in line, so I want to be respectful of those people's time and their concerns. 2, the things that are on the interim report here, Jackie went through them. You went through the numbers, which I feel is your charge to go through the numbers. But a lot of the questions that Miriam is asking are more like decisions, and I feel like those decisions happen at the superintendent level, the assistant superintendent level, and the other district staff. So I'd kind of like to see you guys jump in and interject and answer some of those questions that Miriam is firing off at Jackie here, because she's asking a lot of decisions questions. She's not really asking like number questions. She's saying, well, why do we spend money on this? But that should be a question that the assistant superintendent and the superintendent are answering, because you guys are the ones that make those decisions, and the board makes those decisions. Jackie isn't deciding what books we use.
Let me interject. What we wanted to do was hear the speaker questions. And we thought about interjecting. Jackie certainly could have all the knowledge to answer all those questions, but I think it's important to give you an example of an MPS and what it costs. Currently, we have about 11 students there, and sometimes it costs up to $150,000, $60,000 per student, so it can get pretty costly. And those projections are sometimes unpredictable. I think we went from 5 to 11, and we have years where you have high numbers, and you have years where you have low numbers, so that's pretty tough to predict, but you have to look at your average and have a number. Sometimes you're right on target, sometimes you're way below target, and sometimes you're above target. Another piece is, because this is an agendized item, I don't think we have a time limit, do we?
Yeah, maybe I'll just finish my questions. I'll try not to comment. So we have teachers on special assignment all across the district to address school climate issues. And in previous years where there was a budget crisis discussion, those teachers were removed from the budget because, and have always understood that those positions were not something we could afford in a budget crisis situation. So what is the assumption with regard to those positions in this multi-year projection and in this second interim budget?
They're all removed.
So what FTE was that?
I believe it was 4 FTE. I mean, it happened already, previous budget reports, that I didn't do it this time because I knew about that information prior to this report. So it was already removed.
So another question I have is what assumption you made about healthcare cost increases in 21 and 22, and where you got that source of information?
Not the healthcare, STIRS and PERS.
So what assumptions did you make about healthcare cost increases?
So I use about 3-year average increase, and it is about 4% for our district. But 2021, I only used 2%.
I noticed that.
Okay.
Because?
Because half of the year, 2021, is starting this July, and I do know that it didn't get increased this year. right? So it didn't increase this year, so then I only assume that 4% will be increased from next year, from January to June, right? Because that is our historical data.
Okay. Last year, at the end of the year, you stated that, at the end of the year when we found the $900,000 that we didn't know we had, you said that was because of cost savings associated with leaves. So what adjustments have you made in this projection that addresses the cost savings associated with leaves?
Hold on, clarification here. Regarding that, it wasn't any one particular item. It was cost savings associated with leave and a few other items, including positions.
Special education
Special
funding.
education. So there was multiple things. Unfortunately, one of which kind of really hurt us is that personnel that not having been filled for months and years. So there were multiple items, not one item. I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Thank you. So this is correct statement, and also for that specific item for leaves, so that is also, I did mention that when I presented on budget for this year in June, that was really unusual year last year, because when I compare our past history, like 3-year average, the number is really about 500,000 something. So then I used the same number of what the data shows in last 3 years. And this year, when I did check, of course, this year, right, to see where we are, and looks like we are actually spending all of the money that we budgeted. So it's going to be a lot more than last year, but it will be in our average range of our average.
So you used the past 3-year average, or you used the what you think you know it is now?
I believe I used the average of the past data.
Okay.
Historical data. And when I checked, when I prepared the second interim report, we were in a good shape, meaning we were not going to be under or over. I mean, that's what I had a data as of January 31st of this year.
So it would be helpful in a future email to have that calculation, because it is not possible to see that calculation in the total, in the totals that are even the way that they're broken down in this report.
No, right.
So the last question has to do with Fund 17. So yeah, it's very difficult to read this report about Fund 17, but what I think I see happening here is that Fund 17 starts out with $786,000 at the beginning of this year, and somehow we're like setting aside as an assigned amount $115,000 for CTE and $591,000 for general fund, but we're not taking it out exactly. We're just setting it aside. That hasn't been spent already. That's just to be spent in the future. It's assigned.
That is correct. And I believe this was board approved before I joined the district, and the Fund 17 is an account that we reserve. So for example, CTE and ROP equipment, we have about 80,000 this year and another 115,000 in the future years. So in total of
So hang on a second. The 80,000 this year you haven't spent yet. Am I right? It's just being taken out here,
right,
because it's the estimated, okay.
Right.
So here's our concern just from the site level, right? That 80,000 is money that we need for equipment to build the Makers Lab that already has a space, but we won't be able to do that for about 3 years until we have the space back from the elementary schools. So you're taking it out here because that, and we guess that that's what that is because that's the budget that we think we need, and you're taking it out here, and where is it going?
It went to the ROP grant. So when we pull right now, currently the ROP, not grant, ROP or CTE budget report, it shows right there 80,000. So this is the thing. At the end of the year, okay, so this is one of my things that I mentioned about I'll be working with the food services director, child care development directors, and also with the high school principals and also CTE teachers, that I really need to know what is our plan for this money, right? Meaning 80,000 this year, another money, 115,000, total of 195,000 is saved for CTE that I cannot touch because it was board approved that we are going to save and reserve the money for the CTE program. So unless the board have another adoption or another resolution, this will stay there. Okay, now, my question is to then the teachers, what's the plan? Are we gonna really spend 80,000? We only have about 3 months now. If he say no, then I'm gonna move the money and put it back to Fund 17. So we can have whole 195,000 in Fund 17 to reserve that money for the program.
So the $80,000 is in addition to the 115, or the 80,000 is part of the 115, and you're talking about taking it out of the fund this year, even though we don't need it for 3 years. But our concern is that we want it to be there in 3 years, not to disappear.
Right, but we do need to reserve that money just in case, what if we, so that is a board discussion, I believe, because what if we really don't have money in the future, because this is what the board approved, that we reserve the money for our CTE program.
I'm not asking what the board's going to do. I'm asking what it means that there's 80,000 coming out, and then there's 115 assigned.
Right, total of
Where does it,
195.
so are we or aren't we taking the 80,000 out? Or you're saying you just put those numbers in here, but you still have to talk to staff?
No, so 80,000, it was what it budgeted. So that I believe it was passed by the board a few years ago, that 80,000 was assigned to spend for CTE for this year. So if we don't spend that 80,000, it's gonna go back to Fund 17. And the following year is about 40,000, 21, 22. So 80,000 didn't get spent, 40,000 didn't get spent, it's going to stay there, and maybe the teacher can spend the total of 195 in the 3 years later. So that is really up to the program decision. That.
All right.
So I'm gonna.
I can't make those numbers add up, so, but whatever.
So Jackie, I just want to try to clarify that the money dedicated to buying the setup equipment for the makerspace has not been reassigned to any other project. It's not going to be spent unless there is a board decision that reallocates that. At this time, that money is going to be set aside and reserved, whether it's in this account or that account, for that equipment.
That is correct.
Thank you.
That's not my understanding at all, but I'll ask some clarifying.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Mylin Beckhusen, and I am a Ocean View parent. And I'm not sure if you guys have received the email I sent earlier. I'm a mom of 3 small children, so I do a lot of running around. So please, I'm not up to date on everything here.
Oh, I want to be sure this is about the second interim budget report?
Yes. And
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so may I read the email that I sent, please? That was addressed to everyone publicly?
Do you want to summarize it since we've got it in our email?
It'll be really quick.
Sure, go ahead.
So, Superintendent Wells, please take a moment and consider my thoughts on this measure. With the looming cuts coming to our district, I understand the district as a whole needs to make difficult decisions, and I'm very aware of that affect our children. One of those decisions is your intended plan to cut the reading and ELD specialists at our school site and all across the board. These services are extremely necessary given the diverse nature of our student body. Most of the students who receive additional learning support are most at risk for falling further behind in our school system. They are students who are the least able to advocate for themselves. It is my opinion that a lack of support and/or aid has snowball effects on these students. It further creates a lack of confidence, and it widens the educational gap that stems from the disparity of our early education intervention. Thank you for listening to that. And I also wanted to tie it into this inter-district transfer. And since we're looking at inter-district transfer, what are we offering these students when we're cutting these services from our own district? How do we make up for that? Are we pulling these students based on academia? Because what if they do need these services and you put them in the school system and they fail? Then you're failing the student. And how do you think that would internalize for these kids? And as a parent, I can't stand to watch a kid suffer and struggle through school. How do you guys justify that?
What you're discussing is the next item on the agenda. So this is about the second interim budget report, which is just a set of budget numbers that are sent to the county. I think what you're discussing is the possible,
It's a budget reduction program, and first of all, thank you. Your questions are very fair, and we're going to get into that because we are deeply concerned about our most needy kids and how might we serve them differently.
And I apologize. I extremely apologize. I really need to, after this, need to get back home. My husband just stepped in, so I wanted my moment and my word in with you. Thank you so much.
But I think you deserve a response, and we have one waiting for you.
Okay, and maybe if you can't stay for that discussion, please tune in to the video so that you can hear the whole thing.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And further, if I had an email, I would respond to it as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, we received your email, and I'm not sure if I responded. I'm pretty sure I did, but planned on. I have a list of things that I plan on bringing up once we talk about that too. So.
Hello, Chris Knight, Albany High School and McGregor High School. And I have two quick things. One is that, Jackie, I appreciated the use of stacked bar graphs, the ones that compared the additional revenue in future years to the additional expenditures, and that I think you had cost of living built into there. You know when I'm talking about the stacked bar graphs. I thought that was good. I think a lot of this is communication. And the better the communication the slides are, I think it really does make a big difference. So I appreciate that. So I have a quick question for Superintendent Wells. So I appreciate your confidence that we will get the 96 students that our enrollment has declined by, and that we will know by mid-April, I believe you said, if we've achieved that.
I'm hoping we have a clear picture by mid-April.
Okay. So my question is, because we attempted to do some recruitment last cycle as well, last year, and it didn't work out for various reasons. And a lot of it had to do with their transition at the top, and things were in flux in the district. So, but what happens if we don't get it? How can we learn from the experiences of the last couple of years, and not if we don't get those students? I mean, can we do a stakeholder group or something, or do you have any ideas on that?
Well, first of all, thank you for your question. When I first arrived and we allegedly was going out to recruit some students, what I discovered, we didn't have what I would call aggressive recruitment. And so this year we have a plan of being very aggressive. I was meeting with a retired superintendent out of Berkeley, and one of the things he told me, he said, because Albany is located here in the East Bay and sandwiched between a number of districts, Albany is the desirable district, and if people just knew that we had enrollment spots for neighboring districts to come to get the kind of education that we provide with the teachers we have, I would have 400 or 500 at my doorstep. That was from a retired Berkeley superintendent. So we looked at what we did last year versus what we didn't do, and how we might go about filling the holes. And I won't bore you with all the details, but we do have a plan which include our neighboring district, both public and private, and visiting with the parents there and other districts, and letting them know we have an opportunity and another option for them. The other thing we did, starting this Friday, that was in East Bay Time, this beautiful recruitment flyer, and we're getting major buzz there. And so we think with this aggressive recruitment piece, I'm attending some of our local churches and making announcements there. So I'm optimistic that we can recoup the 96. But you asked the second part of that question that's really, really a good question, I think. What if? What if we don't recoup the 96 students? It would have an adverse impact on the program and services that we currently provide at the level in which we provide them, because you're talking about $1 million. And that's why we're taking this matter very seriously, because it would have an adverse impact on our kids. and we want to do everything we can to prevent that from occurring.
Okay, so I mean, is there any plans to have a stakeholder group assembled that would help in future recruitment if this is not successful? Or I mean, because it seems to me we would need to rethink some of our.
We would definitely have to do that. Thank you for the suggestion, and we would want to reach out to all of our stakeholders and come up with ideas, because apparently we did something to miss the mark.
Thank you.
I think that is, are you going to go ahead?
Oh, okay. I just want to make a comment that I believe that the flyer was sent to all staff. And so we have been, is that?
I sent it to all of the principals, I believe, last week and asked them to include it in their newsletters and also in their communications home to
So
families.
it's probably just rolling out now, but we hope to have a very large stakeholder group and a full community participation in this recruitment campaign. So when you get this flyer, please talk about it to your neighbors, talk about it to your entire contact network, so that we can try to recruit these kids to come. Yeah.
I will absolutely do that.
Yeah.
The teachers are not aware of this flyer. I think I can speak for the teachers. I don't know. I've not seen this flyer, so we'll definitely have to get that around.
Okay.
Yeah, and we also wanted it included in the newsletters out to parents as well, because parents are one of our greatest resources for recruitment. So we're hoping for a full-out effort here by everyone in the community.
I currently have, it's fine, but I currently, so when I have conversations with parents, I'll say, you should send your kids to school in Albany. And they'll say, I should, I'm not sure, right? Because they want the confidence that when their kids come here, that they're gonna be treated the right way, that they're gonna receive the education, that they're promised on paper, right? And so I think that the problem with the previous recruitment was, one, we were being very selective about the students that we were sending the information to. And I think that is the wrong process. I think that we have to get this information in the hands of the students that need this high quality education the most. But then when we do get those students and we do convince those parents to go through the long, annoying process of the interdistrict transfer, because it is a long, annoying process. Once we get them to go through that whole process, but before we even start that, we need to promise them and we need to instill confidence in them that their kids are going to be treated the right way when they come to Albany, and that they're going to receive the education that we're promising them, even if they don't look like the majority of the students at the school, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. Because as a parent, and you're sending your kids to the school, let's just call it how it is. If the interdistrict transfer comes into the class, it's going to be the one black student in the class with 27 other students that don't look like them. So what are we going to do to assure that parent that that kid is going to be treated the right way, that they're going to be safe, that they're going to feel wanted, that they're going to feel empowered, that the teacher is going to tell them every day that they do get it, they do understand it. And so parents worry about that. So it's hard to bring the interdistrict transfers in. That's why the numbers were low. I saw that people were taking the paperwork and dropping off at the private school. I'm not in everybody's pocket. But if you're sending your kids to private school, it's probably because you can afford it. So if I can afford the private school, I'm probably just going to keep my kid at the private school. Maybe I'll say, oh, let me save a buck and send them to Albany. But that's not the way to recruit, because there are parents that want to send their kids here and get that quality education, right? So then they can go through, get the Albany education, come back, and then work with people like Mrs. Ritchie while I'm serving here on the board, right? But it's because when I was walking around the campus as one of the only black students on campus, people like Mrs. Ritchie stopped me and asked me how my day was going or how my classes were going. And so as we go out and recruit, we have to instill that into the students and let them know that they'll be okay and tell their parents that that'll happen. So I'm personally going to do that and assure those parents that'll happen. And then 40, 96, 100, it'll be easy. But it's not going to be easy because all parents are seeing on the news is the things that happen like online and things like that. That's what they're seeing. And what parent that has a student of color is going to say, oh, I want to send my kid there. So once we change the narrative, which I think we're doing, then the numbers will increase. And I think it'll be an easy number to hit.
I appreciate it.
Yep.
Chris, just FYI, we put some flyers on the back in case you want to take a peek, but we'll send some via email as well.
Hi, I'm Jeff Castle. I'm the Technology Department Chair at Albany High School. I was also on the Community Design Committee for the new AHS edition. And although the design build workshop in the new building was created for a program, not for a person, I'm probably the most likely teacher on campus to take advantage of that space when the high school starts using it in 3 to 5 years. I'm here today to talk about money for the equipment that will ultimately go into that space as we envisioned it when the high school does take over that use of that space. And that discussion is tied to this Fund 17 issue, and so that's what I wanted to discuss with the board. At those early design meetings, maybe about 2 years ago, when everyone, and it makes sense to talk about it now because that new building was kind of unveiled this month to much fanfare, and that space is you know, the frame of it exists, but what its full potential is not there yet, and so we're only halfway there. To celebrate it now would be to celebrate it before it's fully realized. And so I want to make sure the board and the community kind of follow through on their promise to make that space what it should be. So in those early design meetings, I felt like there was maybe not enough realism happening in the meetings about the cost it would take to fill up a modern 21st century, you know, industrial design facility with equipment. I was asked to provide a quote, and at the time I said I thought that it would take a minimum of $125,000 to $150,000 worth of equipment to kind of make that space what everyone was excited for it to be. And everyone at those meetings nodded their heads and seemed to agree that that seemed like a reasonable amount. And I could, if you want, I'll explain to you how I came up with that number, but I'll just finish my summary first. Since then, and everyone said, yeah, that money will be there to buy that equipment when the space is ready. My concern and others' concerns, of course, though, is that now that space is built but being used by Ocean View. And so there's this question of whether or not we should be buying equipment now while there's money available for it, or if we should wait and take the district on good faith that that money will be there 4 years, 5 years from now in order to purchase that equipment. We have created a kind of preliminary program that is designed to take full advantage of that space, a class that's UC approved that we're now offering at the high school called Engineering and Design Principles, and I'm teaching it. And we have purchased some of the equipment that was in my initial estimate of $125,000 to $150,000. We've spent about $50,000 so far, and about $5,000 of it was furniture. So I asked for some clarification over the last month to people at the district about where the money is for the rest of that equipment. Is it earmarked? Is it set aside? And the answer at first is always Fund 17. For the last few years, whenever you ask about any technology money, the answer is always, oh yeah, it's in Fund 17. So a broader issue that came up when Miriam was talking is that it seems to serve the district well to not specify exactly what Fund 17 is or should be used for. And what I mean by that is we say Fund 17 is for CTE and ROP. But in that same line of questioning with Miriam, it seemed there was some, even if it was subtle, implication that Fund 17 is money that is set aside for this new design build workshop. But my understanding is that Fund 17 can be used for a variety of CTE and ROP programs. And just to give you some context, at the high school alone, and that's district-wide, at the high school alone, we have 20 sections of technology classes that could easily fall into the CTE and ROP umbrella. And if any one of those classes 5 sections needed a new set of computers, that would eat up $40,000 of this $115,000 that we're very proud to say is for CTE and ROP. So it's really not very much money, and I have no confidence that it will be available 4 years from now to purchase the additional equipment for the design build workshop. So I'm wondering if the board can provide some clarification about whether or not we should be confident that the money will exist for that space.
I refer that to staff.
First of all, thank you for just being a chief advocate, because when I'm listening to you, it's not that you want the equipment for yourself, but you want a wonderful 21st century-like arena that we agreed and promised that we would deliver for our kids in our community. And when you see the money move, you begin to question whether or not that money would be there and where are we at in our commitment to it. And I have to say here and be noted that we are committed to having sufficient funds set aside to say what we said we would do for that space. And so if you're asking, you know, I know you did ask the board in terms of how the board felt, but I'm just telling you as a superintendent, we're committed. And I wouldn't want to buy these stuff, especially if it was some computer now for 3 years later, because it'd be outdated. But I'm hearing that you're concerned about the confidence because you're seeing money come in and come out and various definitions around it. And where is that dedicated money where no one touches it so that it would be there 3 years when people forget about it? So I heard you loud and clear.
Yeah, I mean, you touched on the philosophical debate internally that I'm having, which is right now I've been told the money does exist to purchase that equipment. So I feel like I have been told I could fill out purchase orders and buy all that equipment. But some of it, you know, the technology, like just the things change quickly. To buy 30 computers that would then sit in a warehouse for 3 years feels fiscally irresponsible. And so I don't want to do that. And yet no one at the district has showed me where that money is set aside so that we know we have confidence, other than personal assurances. So with all due respect, what I'm hearing from you is that you want it to be there, but I haven't seen where the money is so that I'm confident it will be there.
The money is in Fund 17 that I cannot touch.
So there's
That you can see from the
$115,000 plus maybe $80,000. It could be
$80,000.
used for anything that this board considers to be CTE or ROP district-wide.
That's what I have. That's what the board approved, the CTE and ROP equipment for 250, the board approved. 18-19, there was a 55,000 expenditures about that, and then now you have about 195,000 reserved for the program.
And it can't be used for anything else.
For CTE and ROP.
But CTE and ROP encompasses not only 20 sections that have nothing to do, potentially, some of them have something to do with this design build workshop, but also anything at any of the other sites. For example, the middle school at AMS, they have CTE programs at AMS that they could also be drawing from Fund 17 for.
Hi, Jeff.
Hi.
So my understanding, and I've only been in the district 4 years, but my understanding is that Fund 17 was established specifically so that when we stopped receiving grants and funds from outside agencies, so county offices of education, to continue to operate our CTE programs, that those funds in Fund 17 would then be used to continue our CTE programs. So we have not considered at any point using those Fund 17 dollars to provide sort of routine computer-related or technology-related services or equipment at any of our other schools. Our IT department maintains a budget to update and replace technology equipment at the other schools. So my understanding, along with Dr. Wells and along with Jackie's, just sort of based on my limited knowledge of how that budget was set up and the purpose of that budget, is that it is specifically for the purposes of our high school CTE programs that currently are supported by grants, that at some point those grants might run out, we think, and then these funds would be available. Some of those funds are now available to you to sort of move, purchase equipment for your new space at such time as you move into it, but these are not general purpose technology related dollars. These are high school CTE dollars.
Board Member Clark.
Well, yeah, sorry.
Board Member Clark, you want to?
So yeah, I just wanted to jump in on this real quick. So you've been told that the money does exist.
I'm confident that if I put in requisitions right now, that the equipment would be purchased this year.
So my question would be to the board, if the money does exist, why can't we set it aside to where it can't be touched? It sounds like that's what you're asking for, and I think that's very reasonable.
I'm asking for.
If the money is truly there, the board have a discussion.
So that's what it's happened already, that the board have approved.
No, specifically that it's going to be
That's what
Mr.
Right.
That's not in Fund 17 right now, the way he's explaining it, it's not specifically stating that it's going to this cause, right? It's just there.
Fund 17 has a broad definition.
Right, and that's what, yes. So you're telling me that
it's a troubleshooting device that you all can use throughout the district to fund technology and technology-related equipment purchases.
And you're saying your understanding is that the money that you were told exists for what you're talking about is in Fund 17?
That is what I understand from
And if that's the case, I'm requesting that the board have a discussion, because if that's what the money really...
That sounds like an agenda item to me. So we can take that up at a future meeting to see about this earmark.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much.
Just one point of note, that when categorical CTE programs started to be defunded at the state level back in 2013 as a result of local control funding formula that was implemented, our base grant per student, I believe, increased by 2.6%. That was money that previously the state dedicated to categorical CTE programs, and now we get on an annual basis. It equates to almost $250,000 a year. Now, a lot of it is used for salary because we are sharing the cost of ROP programs that we didn't use in the past. But to say that the state is, to say that our district is taking all the money that the state gives us for CTE and puts it aside for CTE is just not true. We get $250,000+ a year that go into the general fund, some of which is used for CTE. So Fund 17 is kind of this anomaly that we bring up over and over again as a silver bullet, but I think we have to be careful. Thank you.
Thank you. Last speaker on the second interim budget report.
Yes. Hi, I'm Karen DeHart, ATA co-president. Bear with me as I try to let you know what this summary is for us. So I have like two items I want to mention. The first one about the district being something less than transparent and collaborative. The second interim available, Jackie, I think you said before the election, the data was there and was not shared, as I understand it, with the Budget Advisory Committee last week, nor the roundtable that I sat in. We went through an activity of what I would call a false choice, choices but not really choices, without rationales given for the choices offered. So we feel that we don't have the justification that you would want to give us for the cuts that are currently on the board, the 1.3 million. And what it served to do was elevate a lot of anxiety amongst our teachers and members who were at the roundtable and the Budget Advisory Committee. Yet it didn't really provide an opportunity for you to solicit advice from us in any way. Then tonight in this meeting, you present a 4-year projection, and it's a justification for the cuts once again, but we didn't have advance time to really look at this. There were very few details offered. And so for discussion's sake, it puts everybody sort of on the spot. You know, we're trying to work very quickly to kind of figure out. So what it does in the end is it leaves us suspicious because we have a history in Albany. Every March, it seems, we hear this story about the deficits. As long as I can remember, that's what I hear. And the district significantly seems to overestimate the deficits, and it seems disingenuous. It feels like there's little reason to take it seriously because then something happens over time. And, you know, there were mentions even tonight revealing things that have happened in bargaining that are not complete. So I'm not sure why those mentions were made. But that feels threatening to us, quite frankly. The second thing is with declining enrollment as a common enemy that we have. And to deal with it requires financial discipline. And we compete for students in this district, we compete for staff, all kinds of staff, amidst a national labor shortage. And the dramatic kind of spending that Miriam pointed out, or the questions she had about the items in there about non-staff spending in the categories, leaves us really questioning, you know, where are our students being placed first? It doesn't appear to us that there have been discussions regarding significant cuts in those areas. And it's not the focus on our students. We don't feel it, we don't see it. Okay, so we know a lot of sacrifices in the classroom are accompanied by other sacrifices in other areas of the budget, but we would appreciate a transparency and a kind of goodwill to discuss and offer additional information from our side. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to give, since this discussion, wow, we started this discussion about 8:20. It's 9:45 now. So I want to give Jackie a chance to summarize what the second interim budget report is and why it's before the board tonight. Okay.
So this is the legal required documentation that the board will have to approve. And when this report was prepared, the partial tax passes didn't happen, and our raises didn't happen. So this is without those informations. So it is correct information as of when January 31st, and when this report was prepared. And I'm recommending the board to approve the second interim report this evening, and we can send this to the county and to the state.
Thank you very much. Board, I need a motion.
I move to approve the second interim for 2019-20.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm abstaining.
Okay, so the motion passes with 4 ayes and 1 abstention. Vice President Durand, do you want to give an explanation of why you choose to abstain?
Because I'm really not still clear about this. In terms of what, is this, the budget reduction 1.3 with the parcel tax measure B and raises, is that, we are not presenting that. That is not part of this presentation to the county, is
That is correct.
That is correct.
Right.
Okay, which page shows what is being presented to the county?
So,
I think that would be the long document that's attached to the agenda.
I was trying to find, you know, the bottom line in terms of the balance that we need, and I couldn't find it, I mean, because it's quite a lengthy document. Do you, CBO Kim, would you be able to tell me?
Sure. So,
To really look
sure.
at?
Your board backup, the second page of the board backup numbers.
The second page, okay.
That number should be same as what I have presented today. Everything today, all the information is really for the second interim information. Even this is exactly same as the board backup that I have, which we have positive certification since we have over 3%. And this is the only slide not including the second interim report, because second interim report does not include reductions, passes or partial tax, and possible raises. But everything else except this presentation is all including the second interim, which is this number here. And this should be same as the board backup you have. And then this board backup.
So if you're in the really long document, it starts on, the multi-year projections start on page, unfortunately, it's not sort of numbered sequentially, but page 96 of the PDF file of the state reports.
Okay, so I can go to Sarah. Which page was that, Sarah? Page.
It starts on, it's 96. I mean, it just says page 1, but it's.
So what I presented this evening should be same as this number here as well.
Well, you presented the combined.
Right.
So there's
the
3 pages of
So this is
Yeah.
unrestricted, this is restricted, and this is combined. So you can see, it's hard to see, but these numbers should equal to all the presentation and the board backup. And this is the official documentation, sending it to the county and to the state.
Okay, but this was the summary, this page 2 of the background information.
That is correct.
Summary. Okay.
Okay.
Can I make a request?
Yeah.
Can we take like a 3-minute break?
Sure. Okay, and when we come back, we're going to move on to item 12-3. Board of Education regular meeting. Thank you. The first thing that we need to do is we need to approve the remainder of the agenda from item 12-3 forward. Can I get a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda from 12-3 forward.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Superintendent Wells, I turn item 12-3 over to you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I try to not rush through it, but not spend a whole lot of commentary around it. As you heard earlier from our CPO, Jackie Kim, that we have a need to cut $1.3 million. The reduction this year is not unique to Albany, but we have reductions throughout the state and even in our own neighborhood and backyard. We're sandwiched in between districts that are cutting hundreds of permanent employees, and so these are not pleasant times. This is not something I look forward to bring it to the board or the community about cuts. And so if we had to make cuts, how do you do it? It's such a difficult situation. I think it would be easiest if we were to say, let's just start cutting, because we have to make 1.3. We didn't do that. We said we needed to have some goals for having reduction. And based on some ongoing input, and even as recent as our board meeting under review and discussion, we heard a number of new things. And so we try to incorporate that. So for our goals for reduction, based on some of the input we heard, goal A was to, and I think we're getting that put up on the big screen soon. Our goals for reduction was based on some input we had. One, we want to keep classes at a historical average/range and manageable. B, we wanted to, if at all possible, have no certificated layoffs. C, we wanted to keep reductions away from the classrooms. D, keep all middle and high school electives. We heard that was a value among our students and our community. E, maintain all related health and safety programs and services for students, counselors, and mental health for our students. Reductions were based and now divided to be clearer in two areas. Reduction based on enrollment. For example, if you have 50 teachers, that's equivalent to about 2 students, two teachers, FCAs, not 3 or 4, so that when you have a reduction, you have to go parallel. So our reductions based on enrollment include, as number 1 state, 2 FTE at the elementary based on enrollment, 2 FTE at the middle school, 2 FTE at the high school, and 1 FTE resource at the high school. Based on our current numbers. Now keep in mind that the enrollment is going to be fluid and change, which will give us an opportunity to bring back some positions. And so that's going to be a discussion we're going to have. As I mentioned before, in April, our number of students we're getting back should be clear. And then we can make some decisions on what we bring back. The other certificated reductions, we have a total of 3.2 FTE in our interventions. And so we have 1 FTE intervention at elementary, meaning Ocean View would lose what is equivalent to 0.4, Cornell would lose what is equivalent to a 0.4, and Marin would lose what is equivalent to a 0.2 in terms of reduction, but each one of those schools will have at least 1 full-time FTE in intervention. And the same thing for ELD intervention. Each one of our schools will have at least 1 full-time FTE in intervention. Now, one of the things about these kind of challenges, they also can create opportunities. I heard one of our teachers say last week, and I think she hit the head on the nail, that it's not so much to kind of pull out interventions that we have now, but we can benefit, our kids can benefit from a structured, systemic approach to addressing all of our kids' needs. One where the state has recommended, and a lot of districts have decided to make addressing the achievement gap a priority. And so that you service all kids. So the issue is, what do you do with kids who are performing at a high level? What do you do with the kids who are at average, and what do you do with those kids who are not making the mark? And so we're currently looking at a multi-tier system of approach so that we can have a systemic database approach to how we go about addressing our kids most in need. And so that's something that's going to be talked about in the upcoming meetings. We have a board workshop around student achievement and closing the achievement gap. Other certificated reductions, I talked about that. Number 6, let me get back to there. We have 2.2 FTE ELD, and here's where they're going to be, I'm proposing that there be reduced 1 FTE at AMS/ASS. That's a total FTE. And then you have 1 at Ocean View, equal 1 full-time at FTE, and then Carnell 0.2. And then at Marin, you have 0 reduction in that area. This leaves all Ocean View with 1.2, Carnell 1.0, and Marin 1.0 FTE and ELD services. So that brings our total to about $1.1 million, leaving another approximately $200,000 in classified. How are the reductions determined? Again, it was based on enrollment. 2, we wanted to keep cuts away from the classroom, keeping all electives and support courses at the middle and high school. 3, we want making reduction responsibly. And when I say by responsibly, we didn't want to have to give any teacher a layoff notice. We realized that by doing that, it would have an adverse impact on a teacher who's been committed to our kids, an adverse impact on the families. So that was a priority of ours to not do that. And we in this plan here, we're able to meet that goal. And we had some input from some key stakeholders. In full disclosure, we all wish we had more time and we could have come up with a number of different scenarios. But we did take a few groups through the process that we kind of used and looked at some, what we thought would be some basic scenarios. I don't want to get into the impact right now. I think I'm going to stop there and open it up for, have our board president open it up for discussions. But we think that this proposed reduction is the best of the options that we came up with based on some input.
Before I open it up to board trustee questions, I want you to ask if you could enlarge on your last sentence. You talked about how you came up with this plan. Can you talk through when this began to be developed and the meetings that you had and with whom?
We started last year looking at some possibilities, and we've been working almost on a regular basis and sometimes around the clock for the last 3 months in terms of grappling with something that I think folks said we couldn't do in terms of having to cut 1.3 and not having to do it without layoffs. And so that was one of our goals. We will have some reduction in the kind of services that we have now in terms of pull-out services, but we also want to incorporate a system which is known as multi-tier system of support, where we have 3 layers of services with ongoing professional development around the issue of how do you assist all kids in meeting grade level standards. And so we want to start using a system approach by doing this work. Currently, the work looked very different from site to site. For example, you might have a pure pull-out program at Ocean View, whereby kids miss a number of other kinds of instructions that are valuable. And then at Marin, you have something that more of a abbreviated hybrid. No uniform structure for addressing this. And then in some of our research, it really encouraged us in terms of some of the best ways to get kids who are performing poorly up to par is by having them included in their classrooms and providing those supports inside the classrooms based on a well-thought-out, inclusive process, mainly led by and facilitated with our teaching staff.
Go ahead, Board Member Clark.
Yeah, I have quite a few questions, but just one right now before I forget. At the bottom of the page, how were the reductions determined? Letter D, input from some key stakeholders. Could you explain who those stakeholders were when you say some?
Yeah, what we were hearing in terms of, even when we were going out for the bond and what the community and the LCAP,
Parcel tax.
Parcel tax, thank you, parcel tax. And the LCAP, we have an LCAP group where that goes out and you have surveys about what folks value in the Albany community. And one of the things that stood out was that we value elective classes. We value, but getting back to how, so we used some of that LCAP input. We reached out to some teacher leaders just to get kind of a sense of where, if we had to cut, where might we cut, not putting anybody on the spot per se, but also having them go through that process where they grapple with how this is not an easy choice. But we had goals around how we go about doing this, and we think it was done thoughtfully. And I got to say that none of us want any of these kind of cuts. But if we have to make them in order to meet our legal requirement, AB 1200, and get our budget passed and accepted by the county, we have to cut 1.3. And so this is what we came up with.
Right, but I mean, were they actually like part of the process, or were they kind of dropped three really bad options? And from what I heard, they were kind of, the other two were so horrible that they were kind of led to this was the only one that was left. And then it's kind of, from what I've heard, is kind of being spun that they support it. And I don't, that's not what I'm hearing.
Well, let me just say this, that, and I can't speak for what you heard. I can speak for our options and key group weighing in. And having to take that input and make this kind of decisions, we had our principal groups weigh in. We had some other key folks weigh in. And then we tried to do, as I mentioned before, make these reductions around these goals that we identified. And that's how we came up.
Who identified the reductions?
It was my executive cabinet and I. Looking at some research and data, we have a lot of that in our parcel tax and our LCAP. Went to to all of our principals, so we wanted their input as well. And we reached out. I must admit, it felt rushed because we had time constraints, and got some input.
Was the board consulted, or did I just miss that? Because I don't remember the board being asked at all.
No, but one thing I love about this process is that here in Albany at the board meetings, we have what we have a review and discussion. Like last week, we had a chance to have the board weigh in on it, and we heard the board. And we took what we heard and tried to decipher what they meant. And so did we have an intentional approach where we had our board together with our principals, the teachers, things of that sort? No.
All right, I'll say the rest of mine for later. Thank you.
Okay. Next. Other questions?
I understand the seriousness of a budget deficit and how this board is ultimately going to have to make some decisions that nobody wants to make. That's the reality. And I would hope that the whole community will help us in arriving at that decision, meaning that we provide information that the community, the school community, and the parent community can really understand what it is we're talking about, because we inevitably get these different interest groups in terms of what I do is really important for the kids. And ultimately, anybody who works with kids, it's super important. But at the same time, we have these constraints, and we have conflicting interests in terms of what I personally see as we're going to have to make a decision where are we going to put the kids first and what their needs are, or are we going to satisfy the need, and it's a need, to improve salaries, increases. But ultimately, that's the bottom line that we get to, which is how do we increase salaries that salaries and benefits at this moment take 84 to 87% of our budget. That leaves 13 to 15% where we can cut without that, and we're going to go broke sometime. If not next year, the year after. So there are harsh realities that we're going to have to face. And so when we get emails from teachers in particular, it's never a question in my mind that the board in general doesn't place kids first, but there are some things we just have to do. I would rather we have thoughtful discussions together and have, like I said previously, the community as a whole truly understand what we have to do, and ultimately we were voted in to make these decisions, and hopefully, I mean, and so I think one of the issues is that we haven't had sufficient time to really grapple with these and to go through them. I think we're going to have to do something, but I'm not sure we have to do every single one here. And that's why I really wanted more information about each of these positions and what it does at the school sites. And some of them are if you would call, because we have smaller class sizes, that might have an implication. On the other hand, if we're talking about student achievement and students that in the old days we used to call them at risk, then those students, we started to have that conversation last time. And as a matter of fact, it was the student board trustee, Michaela, that really raised it about, well, what does this do for the neediest students? And so I think that's what I would like to have, a position by position discussion and see where we can meet the needs of, on one hand, trying to save some money here, and on the other hand, being sure that our students are really having their needs met. So I'll just say that in a general way, because I'd like to go through specifics.
Board Member Doss?
Sounds like Jacob's original request makes sense, because along with Clementina, I'd like more information. How are these cuts specifically going to affect our ability to close the achievement gap that already exists with all of these things in place? Also, you mentioned that you spoke to administrators. I see 4 here tonight. I'd like to hear from them how these cuts are going to affect their sites and the students there and what's happening. Because if it's negatively going to affect their ability to run their sites, I'd like to hear about it before and not after, and then hear about all the things that are happening, and it's the board fault for cutting it. I'd like to get in front of those things, and if it's going to be something that's going to negatively affect the site's ability to be able to provide the education that we promised these students and their parents, I'd like to know that before we make this decision, which goes again to Board Member Clark's point that we can't really vote on this tonight because we don't have enough information. And then my last question is, we are talking about increasing the enrollment through the use of interdistrict transfer. So I'm wondering how this is going to have an effect on that. I know you spoke about it a little bit, but I think I'd like to hear about how the numbers are going to add up. Are we going to have adequate staff to bring in these students, or are we going to do these cuts, bring in these students, and then have to hire back or add positions? So those are my questions.
Okay, I'd like to ask Dr. Wells or one of the staff to answer Brian's last question, but your first sounded like a great segue to ask our principals to come up and give comment on this plan. So can we do first this and then that?
Or that and then this?
Yeah. So, Board Member Hinckley, are you comfortable waiting your questions until after the principals speak?
Sure.
Okay. Then,
Feel free. I'm going to pull up my screen. Wait, so you want him to have the principal speak on it, or me respond to the last question?
you respond to the last question.
Around enrollment, it depends on a number of factors, because, for example, if it's at elementary school and you get 17 and 21 more kids, that would mean adding or bringing back an additional teacher to service those kids. The high school, for example, the way that it's set up, they can take a number of kids because they're current staffing. The middle school, not so much. You have to bring back another teacher. It depends on how many kids and at what grade level. But a sufficient number of kids would warrant another staff because we're committed to keeping the classes in our historical small range sizes. Because that's what we heard from the input we had at the last reviewing discussion. That's what the community and teachers wanted. And so we're committed to that.
Did that answer your question?
Yes, but then, of course, whenever usually, answer one question, it brings up more. But I want to give other people a chance to,
Okay. Well, I thought what you said was compelling, and that I would like to hear from the principals in terms of what they think about this particular plan and how it will affect their school site. So if they're willing, please come up to the podium and we can start hearing from you. Okay, we're starting at the high school, and then we're going to work down, right?
Let's do it. Good evening. Alexia Ritchie, the principal of the high school. Understood that we've gone through these patterns of cuts and restoration in many different forms, and so this is the latest one. So we have to be prepared with all scenarios, and that includes taking a look at the hard numbers. How many students are we going to have at Albany High School next year with the transfers, with the current returnees? We're looking at the staff, for example. We're looking at retirements. We're looking at where we need to fulfill those spots and where we don't. So there's a lot of fluidity right now. Obviously, any cuts are going to be affecting the students in the community, but there's still such fluidity, like I said, with some of the numbers, that right now we don't necessarily see the impact, but we are preparing for it. And Darren McNally is doing a really nice job at looking at some of the scenarios with our master schedule. We have confidence that we're going to be able to provide a quality education for our students at Albany High School. Again, we just need some hard numbers. We're working with CBO Jackie Kim, for example, on our FTE allocations. Our site plan is going to be contingent on what our site budgets are. So again, we're in the process of making sure that we have plans A through Z. We just need to be prepared for everything.
Can I ask a question? Can you speak, specifically to the impact of losing one, or I guess it's a little unclear, where the ELD loss would be in between AMS and AHS?
Yeah, and again, that's almost similar to the special education cuts. And so as a previous special education teacher, I understand caseloads. I understand that if my special education teachers, for example, in resource have more than 28, I need to get another teacher. So I'd have to work with the special education director to see how many numbers are there. Again, if I don't have the numbers, the cut won't be as impactful. The same would be true with my ELD numbers. And so working with Assistant Superintendent Williams, making sure that those numbers match the qualifying teachers that need to provide those resources. Remember, our ELD teachers provide both in-classroom instruction, as well as a lot of their time is taken up with some of the state mandated testing. So we need to make sure that both protocols are taken care of, but it all depends on how many students qualify and at which level for ELD services.
One last question. So in this presentation, the loss of the resource teacher at AHS is characterized as a reduction just based on enrollment, which implies that there's not a service reduction. But the other item 6 is characterized as a service reduction, I guess. Does that align with what you think is being will actually happen?
I do.
Okay.
I do. I think it would be a reduction in service, but again, a mandated support of those assessments that need to occur at the beginning of the year.
Okay.
Darren McNally, principal of the other high school. Just to add on to, I think Ms. Ritchie made a great point. I think we never want to be in this situation, and there's no such thing as extra teachers or anything like that we would ever be looking at. We're always use as much as we can, and we always ask for more, especially support personnel. I think what we would rather see is a situation where we have more students come in to preserve what we are providing to students. At the high school level in particular, the number of different options we provide students will directly be related to the number of students that we have, just because of the way that our master scheduling works. To the question about ELD, the amount of ELD services we provide is greater than that number because we are funding some of it out of our general FTE allocation. And I've already talked to our ELD coordinator about some possible strategies. And we're going to be taking a look at specifically how many students at each ELD level do we have to kind of reprioritize the resources that we do have. So we are not completely removing those services at all.
Right, I really want to echo what's been said here tonight around this is not a position that anybody wants to be in, and that there are no teachers who are extra in our district. Everybody provides a valuable service to our kids. So yeah, this is not a pleasant conversation for anybody, I trust. So what this brings up for me at Marin is and I think across the elementary schools, is looking at the cuts, especially in intervention. Yes, these are our most vulnerable students who are more so in need. And so I appreciate the conversations that we've been having with Dr. Wells and with Marie Williams about training that is going to be needed if these cuts absolutely happen to support teachers to serve these students. For me, and yes, in hopes that we get enough interdistrict transfer students to make some of these cuts not possible. For me, what it brings up as well is just the way our elementary schools are divided up. As a former teacher in this district who spent many hours dividing up classes and balancing classes for the next year, it's not made a lot of sense to me that we have such unbalanced elementary schools. And that has to do with enrollment. I think in looking at these numbers of what appears equitable in terms of 1.0 allocation for intervention and ELD across all three elementary schools, while that does appear equitable across the sites, if you dig into the data around who is being served and who needs the support, it speaks to where our students are at. And I think that it's something that we need to take a look at as a district around, do we prioritize parent choice in enrollment? I know that's something that, we support our parents and we want to work with our parents and we appreciate what they do to support our students in our schools. And this is where the rubber hits the road for us at the school sites in terms of, what the implications of those enrollment policies really are and how many students in need of intervention end up at each different school site. I think if we dug into the details of what these numbers really looked like, we would see that they aren't as balanced as our classrooms that we work so hard each spring to create for the next school year. And so that's a little bit of what that brings up for me, but I'll leave it to my colleagues to present more.
Good evening. My name is Terry Georgeson. I'm principal at Ocean View, and I've been a part of Albany for probably close to 27, 28 years of my career. The majority of the people that I look out here and view, I've known for many years. The 4 teachers who this will impact one way or another at my site are sitting out here with me. What we do is about relationships. The option, as I wrote down your question, thinking about this option and its impact is on the relationships that we have with each other and what we have with students. The impact overall across the school and across the district is somewhat targeted and limited. Our class sizes will remain relatively the same, but how our students are getting served will look a little different. As Melissa mentioned, equity becomes an issue. If you're targeting a cut, as we are considering, you have to also then target where that cut has its impact. And if we are looking at having a 1.0 across our elementary sites, because we have 3 schools and we end up with 1.0, we need to then really take a look at how we redistribute that FTE so that the students who really need those services are getting the services. Because what we would be able to speak, if my friends were to stand up, is you're shifting the burden in this. And we understand that. But that takes planning. And I just want to make sure the board truly understands that with this type of cut, the shift of service may need to shift to where the students need it, not just so that each school feels it's got the same FTE.
Can I ask a clarifying question there?
Sure. Board Member Hinckley, go
Interrupt
ahead.
Shane, but so you're speaking specifically to, sorry, I have a cough drop, number 6, where we're making an across-the-board, we're making a disproportionate cut in order to achieve the same level of ELD staffing at each elementary site, even though Ocean View currently has far more staffing than the other sites. So you implied that that doesn't necessarily mean that's where the staff will actually end up. Can you elaborate on what you think,
In the
how
short,
you think this is actually going to work?
in the short discussion that we had in coming to this resolution as an administrative team, we wanted to recognize that, yes, we have the highest percentage of FTE at Ocean View, but there's a rationale for that, and there's a reason for that.
Right.
So if we're going to make these cuts so that there is some equal FTE, not equitable, but equal FTE at the 3 elementaries, our plan, our hope is to come back together and then take a look at where those numbers are and see how that distribution really should sit. As Melissa mentioned, do you change the student body so that the student body in the elementaries are more the same, or do you give the services to where the students are attending school? So that's what I was trying to imply.
Okay, thank you.
Just to give an example of that. So if we ended up with a distribution of English language learners that was concentrated at Ocean View, as it has, you've had a higher number in the past, then that FTE might end up being distributed as 1.6 at Ocean View and 0.8 at Cornell and 0.8 at Marin. Okay, so the administration would be working on serving the children where they're at and not just maintaining as even as possible FTE at each elementary school. That makes sense because we have to serve the students' needs where they are. Okay.
Hi. Didn't expect to speak tonight on this, but I can. Like Terry, I've been in the district for a long time, but I am the most not senior administrator. But I do have some thoughts about this. One is that Terry and Melissa and I wholeheartedly agree that the FTE has to be distributed according to the need and to the data of where the students are, and that is not just for ELD, that would also be for the intervention, which is basically the reading specialist, which then relies on reading scores and assessments. So that requires data and assessment and time and thought. And that we haven't had a chance to do. The other is that I agree with Melissa very much that if we were to shift the burden of some of this education away from the specialists and back into the classroom, the teachers also, although they have up-to-date credentials and they have their CLAD credentials, they will need support and they will need additional PD on how to integrate and how to utilize more of a push-in model rather than a pulling-out model. Finally, I do I do recall when we had some huge increases in class size, when we were up to 28 in first grade, and that was extremely difficult. Not sure if you guys remember that, but it was extremely difficult. We also still had our fabulous ELD and intervention teachers at that time, which helped a lot. So, you know, it's a push and a pull, it's a give and a take, and it isn't easy in terms of decision. Thank you.
Okay, Board, are there any questions that you want to ask the principals directly while they're up here at the podium? Okay.
I don't know. Obviously, you haven't had a lot of time with this idea. Would it be helpful? Because I think part of it is generating the ideas of how best to address this. You've addressed it a little bit. You've addressed it a little bit in terms of what might have to happen with a $1.3 million reduction. And from what I've heard is that's just now. I mean, there may be more cuts coming down the pike, and it's not something that we should assume, oh, good. Because, you know, we went through this process last year, right? And we slashed $1 million, and now we're here again today. And unfortunately, the reality is it's almost seems like it's going to be never ending for quite a while. So I would like to see you and your staffs really face this question about $1.3 million reduction at this time, and what would be your recommendations that would contribute to this reduction. And last year there was some pie-in-the-sky ideas of how that was going to happen. We were going to bring in 90 students. We were going to reduce $50K from supplies, things that weren't realistic or didn't happen for a variety of reasons. And so I'm wondering if you would be able to go to your staffs and sit down and face the issue like we have to face the final decision here. But it would be nice to have input, you know, from all of you, from the parents, in whatever manner we choose to do that.
Yeah. You know, having worked, I think, last year on the Budget Advisory Committee, that was really eye-opening. And so you do mention that work that takes some time and effort, but is really pertinent to get stakeholders' input. We are going to be talking with our staff this week. In fact, tomorrow is our voluntary budget staff meeting. So Darren and I will be leading a discussion with our staff members that would like to come. And then I know that the elementary staff's already had some similar discussions, so perhaps they can weigh in on that.
We really didn't have a very long time to talk to our staff. We presented some of the options, and we didn't have a lot of time to get feedback from them.
Yeah, that was very much the same that was true at Marin. The options were presented, and you know, and everyone pretty much agreed out of the three. Yeah, they're not great solutions because you have to understand as well. I don't quite know how to say this, but you know, I'm happy to have any conversation with my staff. They are talented, creative, wonderful problem solvers, and this problem's a little different too. I want to be sensitive while I say that yes, I want to have this conversation with my staff. I am acutely aware that what the conversation involves is them looking at each other and saying, who are we going to cut, and how exactly is that conversation going to go? And I'm not saying we can't have it. We've taken on harder things before, and we'll do what needs to be done. But I just want to put that piece in the room that yes, asking staff to cut teachers and who are we going to cut, you know, who's not necessary? Everyone's necessary at Marin, just like at all of our schools. And while, you know, of course, we'll do what needs to be done, but I just think that there is a piece that we need to hold in having these conversations around what exactly we're asking them to do, so.
I guess I'd like to say that I appreciate the opportunity to sit with staff and talk. However, in order to do that, there needs to be a structure and we need to be given specific information. We've been here all evening listening to discussion here with the board, and you have people sitting with you who you can direct your questions to, who have the opportunity to give you specific answers to those questions related to money, budget, finances, projected budgets. If I was to sit with my staff and they were to ask me some of the questions you were asking, I wouldn't have those answers. So a structure would be needed, and questions would need to be provided for us, and time would need to be given. So I like the idea of inviting my staff to have a conversation, but me sitting down with them in a room, we're not going to get very far. So I would need some support, and I would need a structure to be able to have information, to be able to have a fruitful conversation.
I'm not sure if Terry and Melissa would agree right now, but for me, I would really appreciate being able to have the conversation elementary-wide for two reasons. One, because that gives us more information. We're all dealing with the cuts across, and as we said, we're going to be thinking about how we can do the cuts fairly given what students are in which schools. And so me talking to my staff is different than Terry talking to her staff, but we're all going to be affected. So I would feel that we could be together as 3 elementaries. That would be very helpful. It would also diffuse the very difficult situation of sitting, across from the person who's the the FTE in that particular seat. It diffuses it a little bit. It's still pretty obvious, but at least it's not quite so difficult.
Okay, so what I've heard you talk about is in this other certificated reductions category, this 3.2 FTE, about the English language development, about the intervention. So there's 2 categories up here. There's the reduction based on enrollment, which is simply the situation that we happen to be in. And my understanding is that this resolution could be brought back to the board and parts of it rescinded as our enrollment picture clarifies. So if we have 50 fourth graders that happen to move into Albany and enroll, then of course we would need to hire more teachers. We would need to adjust our staffing. So to me, this looks like 2 different questions. The other certificated reductions. I think I've heard from the board that they feel that deserves a lot more discussion and more work. But I bring up the possibility that maybe the easier part to deal with is simply because we're under-enrolled throughout the district. We do need to give the district office the opportunity to adjust our staffing to our enrollment, which typically happens every year.
I have a couple of 4, and maybe please fill in, give me more clarification so I have a better understanding. I was wondering, as far as the current applications that we have, do we have a number there? Because if we go out and do the work to bring the students in, that's one thing, but kind of knowing where we are now, I think will kind of help, with the discussion. But I'm thinking about, because up here, the numbers, right? 2 FTE, 2, but all those numbers represent people. And I hear what we're saying, okay, if the numbers are, we got to cut this, but if the numbers are up, then we'll bring them back. But what I'm hearing from the staff, and then what I'm reading in the emails and what I'm hearing from people who stopped me to talk to me is that all these cuts affect people. And we need to do a better job of preparing, of figuring out if we're going to have the students so that we don't have to cut the positions in the first place. I understand, like, it's great if you tell somebody, okay, we're going to have to cut the job now, but then we're going to get this enrollment up, and then we're going to bring you back. But I mean, I've been on both sides of it, and it's difficult for us to make these cuts, but it's even more difficult for those families to have those discussions. Like, so I'm one.
Marina.
We don't have enough information to make a decision on this tonight, which was already brought up. We don't have enough information for that. But in order to have the discussion with the principals that we're asking for, in order for the board to make a decision on it, we need more information. One of the teachers mentioned like how we need a concrete plan for how we're going to bring the students in. What are the numbers now? What is the realistic number that we can put on that so that we can make this decision, so that we can communicate that to the people who are going to be affected by this, so that everybody can come up with a clear-cut plan. Like, because having all this and maybe that, it's not fair to anybody involved, and nobody can make any concrete plans. Like, having a discussion sounds great, but I mean, all these principals are superstars, but what do we expect for them to say to their staff if we don't give them any concrete plans? I mean, no matter how, it's not a fair instruction to give. And so in order for them to be able to have effective conversations, and in order for people to make decisions that what's best for their family, we have to give them more information. And we've been sitting here for an hour, and it's just been maybe this or maybe that or kind of this or kind of that. But I mean, I don't know about everybody else, but if we were talking about my job and I went home and said maybe this or maybe that, I don't know how many of you guys know me personally, but that conversation would not go well.
Well, I just want to give, first of all, I appreciate what you're saying, but I want to be crystal clear on one issue. We're not cutting staff, we're cutting positions. The staff that are in some of those positions have an opportunity to be reassigned to a classroom, but no one losing their jobs in this one here. I just want to be clear about that.
Right.
Okay.
But we're talking about positions.
Right.
You're not going to be in the same position. It's going to be a different position, and those positions are determined by enrollment. And the enrollment is lower, and the enrollment is going to make changes, which means people that are leaving, we're going to be bringing them back based on the numbers. But we're basing those numbers off of maybe numbers. They're not concrete numbers. So how can you have? This is based on the conversation that we previously had.
I hear what you're saying, but I think that the best way to clarify this would be to have Marina Gonzalez come up to the podium and describe the process that happens every year with releasing temporary employees and then rescinding those notices as the spring progresses.
So
No, I understand that process.
No, I get it. That process is actually enabling us to find spots or classrooms for permanent staff that might be reassigned from an intervention position or an ELD position into a classroom. So I talked about it, I sort of mentioned it earlier. We hire positions each year, right? Some of our openings are true openings. No one's on leave. And so in those positions, we would offer someone, a probationary tenure track position. In other openings, we have folks who might be on a full year leave for whatever reason. And so their replacement is backfilled on a temporary contract, right? So we know that. And so what work that I've been doing as part of my desk is to reach out to those folks who have been on a full 1-year leave and to say, are you coming back? Yes or no? And folks who have said, no, I'm not. That means this temporary contract will expire. It is a true opening. Therefore, we have a spot for one of our permanent staff to move into. So at the elementary, we have about, just off the top of my head, okay, about 4 full-time temporary contracts. One of those will be replaced by a person returning from leave. 3 of those we're holding so that our permanent folks who might be reassigned would then go into those classrooms. So that's how we're able to make a reduction and still have a spot for people to go into. At the middle school, we have 2 spots. One's a temporary, both of them are temporary. One is temporary because it was being held for a leave. The person is not coming back. The other is temporary because a person left mid-year, and so we filled it temporarily. So we have 2 temporary contracts that we can reduce, and then with the existing staff that are there, they can reconfigure their master schedule. And the same thing is true at the high school. So then, the second part of your comment was, but what if we get more students? We can open a new classroom. We can hire a new position. So it's sort of like 2 different things, which is there a spot for our permanent people? And what do we do if we get more kids? And those are our 2 plans.
So there's some staff that are currently in a position now, position A, and they might work with 10 students. One of those students' name is Barry. This cut happens, right? And that teacher that's been working with Barry is no longer working with Barry because that position is no longer. So then that teacher moves to a different place, right? Then what happens with Barry?
Well, that was the conversation earlier about we have identified, we know that we have students that have needs, and we need to, when we're determining what our final allocation, in this example of intervention is 3.0 FTE across the 3 elementary sites, is to take what is our population, what is the prorated, percentage at each site, and distribute the FTE that way so that it's evenly distributed according to that percentage.
So I understand that.
It's still trying to provide those services the best that we can, given the FTE allocation that we have.
Right, and that makes perfect sense, and you explained that very well, and so it's a lot of clarification. So my follow-up question is not from Marina. That was really good. My follow-up question is that, and I understand what you're saying about the teachers. They're in one spot, they're moving to a different spot. Am I saying that right? They have one position, that position is gone, so they're moving into a different position. So they're still working.
Oh, yeah.
But they're not in the same position, helping the same kids that obviously need the help, which is why the position exists in the first place. Those kids are not gonna now magically no longer need the help. That teacher is not gonna magically no longer care about that kid. So then that is a change. It's different. So they're moving to.
I appreciate that you honing in on that, and I wish we had much more time. But
we do have time.
Well, let me give you a short version. That challenge creates an opportunity again because we don't have structures and systems in place whereby we can provide the optimum services to those kind of kids, whereby we can close the achievement gap sooner rather than later. And that's why it's important to kind of have a conversation about our data over the last few years about what kind of gaps have we been closing or not closing, and why not, and what must we do differently in order to close and eliminate the achievement gap. That is going to be the essential question that we have to grapple with and establish a system whereby we have a data infrastructure where we can look at the data and say who's making progress, who's not, who we're going to hone in on, who gets Tier 1 services, who get Tier 2 services, who get Tier 3 services. Currently, we don't have that in place right now.
I guess my confusion comes from, it sounds like, oh, we should do that. But why we haven't been doing that?
But we need to start because we know that's a hole we need to fill. But let me just say this, there's another piece of this too. We have a requirement, AB 1200, where we have to send a balanced budget to be approved by the county. And so the consequence of not cutting the 1.3 is that now the county can assume the budget because we didn't, and then they have say, and we won't have any input about what, because they're only going to deal with what is required if they assume our budget. And then you have no say, and you're talking about bad and not caring. It's going to be purely about not things we value, these elective courses throughout our district and community. These, whether folks still have jobs and there are no layoffs, that's no longer a factor. It's about having a balanced budget first and foremost. So that's the consequence of not making a decision around reducing the 1.3. I wish we had more time. I wish we had more people to weigh in. But let me offer this. For me, and this is just me talking, the fiscal responsible thing to do is where it says reduction based on enrollment. To me, that's a black and white issue. You either have the kids or you don't. You don't have the kids, you got to make that. That's just being fiscally responsible. The other piece is kind of philosophical, is valued, and we can have more time to weigh in on how we might do that or do it differently, or look at the new numbers we have in April, which would allow us to do a number of things. What I think I'm hearing some board members say, we need more time. What I'm hearing staff say, we need more time. I think that maybe we can do something tonight whereby, and we can work with the county, we do what was fiscally responsible so that we show them we have a good faith effort to, hey, we're adhering to some good financial practices. But the second piece is more philosophical because it would cause us to look differently at repurposing dollars, and that may warrant more time. And so what I'm asking, Madam Chair, is that maybe if we consider twofold tonight, maybe the enrollment piece that the board consider accepting that, and then the piece where it warrants more time and input, we provide more time and input.
Thank you. I think that was, well, that was a very meaningful summary. Board Member Hinckley?
Since I haven't said anything yet, so I'm going to take a little time. I wanted to summarize some things. So first, the list of goals for reductions, which is still at the top there. I'll talk in a minute about my concern about the sort of rush of information at the very last minute and the sort of not processing all of this. But one of the things that concerns me is that this set of goals for reductions, I hear you saying there was some input. That set of goals did not come from the board. It concerns me that it didn't. It concerns me that it didn't come from the Budget Advisory Committee. I feel we're beyond the point of being able to say things like keep reductions away from the classrooms. I think it has become a little bit meaningless. To me, to reduce services that allow students to participate in the classroom impacts the classroom, even if that's not a classroom teacher. So I think, to me, number C it's almost a non-goal in this context. It is a goal in the sense that we also want to look at the district office, at other types of spending. So one of my other concerns about process is that we don't have before us a full package of what the budget is going to look like next year. I think particularly if we're discussing reducing services, we need to also know what the plan is for reducing classified staff. Are we going to end up doubly reducing services for students? I don't feel comfortable voting on a reduction package until I understand what the district's full sort of staffing vision is, including potentially adding other positions. So you presented at the Budget Advisory Committee the possibility of reinstating some type of director level position for special education, or you're calling it people services. Yeah. I'd like for us to have all of that information when we're thinking about how to manage our budget to best serve our students. The other thing about the list of goals is that it doesn't have in there anything about equity, and it doesn't have our LCAP goals are all about serving students equitably, providing them the services they need. That's not in there except for health and safety programs. I'm also personally think you've put keep classes at historical averages at the top, but that we haven't yet had a conversation about how we trade off things like class size with things like needed services. All of that, I think, feeds into the process, that there just hasn't been enough time for either piece of this process, either the picture of how much we need to cut. I have total confidence in Jackie. I have total confidence that we need to make reductions. I'm under no illusions about our fiscal situation. But I also take to heart that we need the public and the staff and parents, et cetera, to understand the situation we're in, and I don't think we've provided that information with enough lead time and enough clarity to make them understand what we're operating under. Lastly, well, I guess one last point and then a process question. I think when you're making really difficult cuts, it's important to be fully honest about what the impacts are going to be. I appreciate that you see an opportunity in shifting how we do some of our intervention and English language support, but I think it's important for us to be able to hear from the people providing those services what that impact is really going to be and to be honest about it. And I'm a little concerned that we haven't yet looked at the data and the programs and really understood what that's going to be. And I guess I'm concerned that some of the tone seems to be, well, we're not doing this well enough or strategically enough, so this is an opportunity to do it totally better. And I'm concerned about that. I think it risks us walking into a situation where we are not providing the services that students really need. We don't yet have a plan or additional funding set aside for professional development. Now, this may still be what we need to do, but I'm just really concerned that the strategy is not fully developed, and that in order to really grapple with it, we need to be honest about what we're talking about, and that means hearing about what's being served, what services are being provided now. So that's my comment piece. The question piece has to do with your suggestion about the board taking a vote on reductions based on enrollment. In a normal year, I'm assuming you're constantly adjusting staff levels based on enrollment without the board having to vote on resolutions. We certainly didn't vote on something like this last year. So I guess my question is, does that need board approval, or is that an adjustment that you make if 200 students showed up, 200 fewer students showed up next year? Would you not be able to adjust staffing in response without a board resolution?
That's a really good question. Albany is a different kind of culture. Typically, staff does the work. Here, I was informed that the board wants to weigh in and want this to come before them. And so if we're being honest, the board gets into a lot of how the staff work, and so hence come the conflict. This is a prime example. And so that's if we're being completely honest. So under normal circumstances, we would just do this. But when the board says, no, we don't do it this way in Albany, everything comes before us, despite it being a how, and we hired you to do the work. Hence slows down a whole lot of things. Under normal circumstances, and with all the other districts I'm familiar with, we do just as you described. But here in Albany, it was clear to me and was told to me that in Albany, we have Albany Way, and this is the way we do it. Now, if that's going to change, I need to know, because one day it might be this, the next day is that. So under normal circumstances in other districts, you're absolutely right. We're constantly making those kind of adjustments because that's staff, that's the how.
The first category.
The first category, yes. But if it's something controversial, that always comes before the board because it's good practice. But the other part, day-to-day staff operations. So at some point, if we're being honest, we're going to have that conversation about who does the what and who does the how and everything in between, so that we have some more proficiency. And so this is a wonderful conversation. I think when we have our student achievement work session, we have more time to get in the nitty-gritty because all of this stuff is connected. So I appreciate your willingness to say, let's be honest. And if we be honest, it's reciprocated. And so I felt like I put that on the table.
Great, thank you.
Board, any other board questions? Go ahead, Vice President Jerome.
It's not a question.
Or a comment.
It's a support of what the superintendent said, and I think you had started it earlier, which is, since we're going to have to make decisions sooner or later, it seems that we could and provide the staff then something going forward, which is reducing based on enrollment. As you said, Sarah, this is potentially something that didn't even have to come to us, but it's before us tonight in terms of, we don't have sufficient students. And if we're going to be serious about addressing budget deficit, we do have information right now that we're really under-enrolled. And so we could address that one section, 1, 2, 3, 4 FTE sections, or 1, 2, 3, 4, right, under reduction based on enrollment. And that's the data we have right now. And then if later on we find we get more, because we don't know, we won't know how many students we have. We may not know in April how many kids come. We may know there's 10, but not the 40 or the 50 we're hoping. So we're going to have to face this sooner or later, and that's a real figure in terms of our under-enrollment and the reductions that could be made right now, and gives the staff an opportunity to have some time to start seeing, okay, what's left in the budget that we would have to reduce, and then it provides a little breathing room for everybody to participate, so that it's not a total thing of this whole proposal tonight, just taking a section of it.
Will you phrase that as a motion?
Yes, I would like to make it a motion that we reduce, we have a partial reduction tonight based on the enrollment, which would include 2 FTE elementary, 2 FTE middle school, 2 FTE high school, and 1 FTE resource at the high school.
I'll second, and we'll do a roll call vote. Normally, we would ask this.
It's more.
Okay, up.
So I believe you guys have a resolution that's been attached to the material that is included in the packet. Is there a way to post that up there? Okay. So this would include all 10.2 of the FTE that was recommended. My recommendation would be that you make a motion to modify this resolution as you deem fit, and then pass that modified resolution and direct administration to proceed based on that modified resolution.
Okay, Board Member Clark.
I just wanted to state something real quick. As far as my understanding is we don't need to give anything to the county tonight. I'm really surprised after all this discussion that now we're all of a sudden voting. It's just, it's a trip. I was just, all of a sudden, it's coming down to that he needs some kind of approval from the board to let folks go. And all the stuff he said before about it's been told in Albany that everything has to come through the board. I've been on the board for over 3 years. and I've always felt left out of things, so.
Maybe it was just me.
I'm surprised.
Well, okay, this is a modification. Josh has, our counsel, I should be more formal, Clementina, so you need to rephrase as a modification of this resolution.
I move that we modify resolution number 2019-2017 in the reduction of the particular kinds of services for the 2020-2021 school year, and specifically, that would be 7 positions. Is that correct?
FTE.
I'm sorry?
7 FTE.
7, I'm
If
sorry.
you guys want to
7
speak, you have to
FTE,
come up to the public.
A reduction of 7 FTE.
Well,
It's not. It wasn't meant to jam any.
Well, I think we should. I think we should just open it up to public comment. 'Cause we already talked about how you can't. This should be tabled anyway. There's way too many questions. We already gave a motion and a second to not vote on this, and I'm not sure why we're modifying and voting on it. I don't have enough information to vote on it, and it's after 11 o'clock, and there's 4 people in line to speak on it. So how can we vote on this right now? You guys always trying to rush stuff, but I got time for kids. I don't know about everybody else. But come on up.
well,
If you don't have time, then go home and get some rest. But I got time for kids. I'm not going to rush with something that's going to affect the students. That's what we did last time. We rushed, and the kindergarten class got cut, and now those kids went to other schools, and now we lost money, and now we're talking about it.
Okay. Hi. Thank you for making time for us. Good evening, board members and Superintendent Wells. My name is Dina Yu. I work at Ocean View as both a reading intervention teacher and ELD specialist. And I'm here to speak on behalf of the team that I work with from Ocean View, but most importantly, I'm speaking to advocate for the students I work with. And I'm going to scrap a lot of what I typed up and wrote because I just have so many, thoughts running through my head. First, I want to talk a little bit about the process. I heard Sarah talk about just wondering the process and how these, it's not up here, but the goals were written and where the goals came from. We were given an exercise as a staff to look at a piece of paper that had a goal and also had options. And I think it was discussed that there were 3 options. One option that seemed like, the only real viable option, which was to make these cuts. The other 2 options were things like cut all electives and raise class size to like the maximum number, something like that. But the one thing I wanted to bring up when we were talking about goals is there was at the top of the paper presented to the staff, it said our goal. And one of the things said was to provide a new structure to better serve our most in need students, making a more intentional effort, structured, collaborative, and inclusive effort and plan. And I really personally kind of reacted to that because I felt like that implied that what we are currently doing is not serving our most in need students to the best of our ability in an with intentional effort in a structured, collaborative, and inclusive way. And I spoke about this at the last board meeting. I feel like I'm not being heard about what our services actually look like. I feel like I'm constantly hearing, well, Albany does a pull-out service. And I spoke about this last time. Our services are not only a pull-out service. A lot of our service actually is an extended day service. For 2nd and 3rd grade, we have children that stay an extra hour or come to school an extra hour. So that is, they're getting additional time, not pulled out within their school day. When we do have some pull-out services, we work really hard to make sure that the times that they're pulled out are not during core academic instruction. In fact, a lot of the times it's that 30 minutes at the beginning of the day when they're taking attendance and telling what lunch is and, things like that. So we really look at teacher schedules. We try to make sure that kids are not missing out on important instruction. I am here not to just talk about the fabulous teachers that work in this position, but I'm here to really kind of talk about the students. And I really believe that not only do you need a highly qualified educator in the role as an intervention specialist, but you really do need to have enough specialists to do the job, to deliver these high quality interventions. And I want to talk about how just at Ocean View Elementary alone, this is kind of our current numbers. We have 12 first graders in reading lab. We see them in 2 separate groups. We have 16 first and second graders in an ELD beginning group, also seen in 2 separate groups. We have 15 second graders in reading lab, seen in 2 separate groups. 12 third graders seen in 2 separate groups. We have 8 fourth graders, 7 fifth graders, and we work with 27 fourth and fifth graders to deliver another sort of tiered support. When we talked about multi-tiered systems of support, we have that. So we do a program called Read Naturally, which is an intervention that is done for students who are just below grade level standards. And we have looked at the data, and many of those students were at basic according to the CAS scores and moved up to proficient or advanced. Those are the kinds of results that we're getting. I work in 2 third grade classrooms providing push-in support for writing. There are 2 of us that go in and push into 4 second grade classrooms where we also do push-in writing support. And I haven't even included the 3rd to 5th grade students that also receive beginning English language support, because I didn't have the numbers, and we're at 2 different sites. So we're delivering support for at least 100 students. And so what that means next year, if we cut 2 FTE, I don't remember what the number is, but it looks like 2 positions, at most we can serve half of them, right? And that really, really makes me sad. And I feel like we really, really need to face that. And I'm not, I guess, in addition to that, we're across 2 sites. So for 1 person who's ELD and 1 FTE that's doing reading, and then crossing 2 campuses, you have to take all of that into account. We've been able to do what we can because we have the number of FTE. And even then, we've actually done a little bit less than we had when we were at 1 site. One might argue that a successful intervention program should result in students exiting the program, correct? And we do have these successes, and we do exit students who meet grade level standards. We also constantly look at data in terms of determining who receives these services and what kind of services they receive. This year, in fact, we thought that we weren't going to have as many 4th graders, and it turned out we had a big increase, mostly because we had a lot of new students coming from other districts. And so I do want to point out that if we do open up inter-district transfers, we need to be prepared for taking in students who may come in with increased need for intervention. So I can talk on and on about this, but I won't. But I hope you can see that I feel really strongly about it. Dr. Wells, you said that you think that we have the best intervention teachers that you have ever seen, and I wholeheartedly agree with that sentiment. But it's not just because I think that, but I know that we're making a difference. How do I know? We do really detailed assessments 3 times a year in addition to constant progress monitoring. We can prove that our intervention is effective. We're teaching our students to read, a critical skill that every child needs to have. We're building relationships with our students who are the ones that need us, that person who believes in them, supports them, and cares so deeply about their success. It just doesn't make sense to take away something that has hard data showing that it's working. The important question to ask ourselves as a district is, can we still deliver a quality program to our current students needing intervention with these proposed cuts? I think the answer is pretty obvious. It's no. I urge the board to please take another look at the budget, because the truth is, once we make these cuts, Not only will there be really detrimental effects on our neediest students, the ones who need us to advocate the most for, but I know that it's going to be really hard to put these positions back in place. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for opening it up to public comment, especially before making such an important decision with such potentially serious effects on our kids. My name is Ben Hensler. I'm the Vice President of the PTA at Ocean View. But I'm speaking in my personal capacity because we haven't had the opportunity for a discussion of these cuts at our PTA. And I think that's part of the whole problem here, is that these cuts are being rushed ahead of the community. My wife, who's on the PTA board at AMS, and I both supported and worked for Measure B. Dr. Wells, you saw me out there leafleting for Measure B on Tuesday morning. People in this community voted by 80% to increase our own taxes to preserve the quality of our schools. We encouraged personally our neighbors to come out and increase their taxes to preserve the quality of our schools and to avoid these kind of cuts. More cuts may be needed, but to come back the very next week and to propose to cut the staff, the people who make the quality of the schools what it is, this seems like a sneak attack. And it seems like it really has not had the opportunity for the kind of participatory and deliberative discussion that lets our school communities weigh in on if there need to be cuts, where they should be put. And I'm going to just state the obvious, and I don't mean this to be insulting. I respect the work that administrators do. I'm an administrator in my organization. But when we, the parents in the school and our neighbors, voted for Measure B, we were voting to preserve the people who teach our kids every day. That's what we were voting to preserve, not anything else. And I'm concerned that these cuts fall heaviest on the English language development teachers and also on intervention specialists and resource teachers. These teachers are amazing. They are what makes Ocean View the school that it is. It's what makes it function. We see students in my daughter's class this year arrive not speaking a handful of words of English, and they are now our kids' friends. They can communicate with us in English because of the services they receive. It makes our community stronger for all our students, not just the ELD students, but the other students who can then communicate with them, have friendships with them, the classroom teachers who are in a stronger position to teach those students. You talk about preserving electives and cutting support for students to learn English so they can be full participants in their school. I think that's a backwards priority, balancing a budget on the backs of the most vulnerable and in need. You say you consulted parents on this. Parents who support and prioritize electives are exactly the parents who find themselves more easy to be heard than parents who are the parents of ELD students. And I think you need to have a more consultative process where you let the students who have, the parents and the families whose kids are going to be affected actually have their voices count in this process. And I don't think you should rush this and make these cuts tonight without a more deliberative and thought out process that's fair and equitable. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for taking the time to hear comments. I want to recognize with some humility that I am probably the least educated person on the budget issues in the room, and I mean that as a factual statement. I also want to recognize my immense respect for every single one of you who takes the time to sit up here and help run our schools. I deeply, deeply appreciate the time you guys put in. My name is Andy Holtgren. I'm a proud parent of 2 Ocean View graduates who are now at AMS. My wife and I have always said that the education our kids got at Ocean View was unique. The diversity at that school, my wife is a brown woman, the diversity at that school is mind-blowing. Our kids could be bright, inquisitive, engaged children in the classroom with the last name Dominguez, and nobody batted an eye. Nobody thought that was a strange our unexpected situation. At the same time, we had been living in Latin America before we moved here. Our kids came back and their R's, they couldn't pronounce their R's very well because they would pronounce a Spanish R, to the point where kids in the classroom and even teachers sometimes had trouble understanding them. They both participated in Ocean View's reading and English language interventions because their education had been entirely in Spanish before we moved here. They graduated and benefited immensely and are more vocal and engaged students in their classrooms now because of that intervention. I am absolutely confident of that. So I just want to voice support for the critical need that these roles fill, and voice it with the humility that I do not understand the school's budget situation, and I do not understand, and I know everybody means it when they say they don't want to be in this position, but I just want to voice the fact that the ELD and intervention professionals at Ocean View are incredible. They did indeed coordinate my kids leaving the classroom for times that were minimal, like minimal impact. They coordinate with us very frequently, and my experience was nothing but positive. And Ocean View is a unique and incredible educational environment because of the diversity of the students there, and that does mean that there are sometimes more interventions that are needed in that school as well. So I wanted to make sure that as a parent, I highlight my experience and my kids' experience, and I thank you very much for taking the time to hear me.
Thanks for giving me the opportunity to say some words. I'm a parent. I've got two kids, one in middle school and one in elementary school. I've been living in Albany more than 10 years. I'm a scientist in Berkeley National Lab. I'm a first-time voter. This is the first election I participated in as a citizen of the country. I'm a sincere taxpayer. I've been paying more than 15 years of money into the tax, which is so that it can improve the cities and the schools. I have employed people from this place as a staff in the Berkeley National Lab. I live in Albany just for schools, right? I can live in Albany. I can live in El Cerrito. I can go into Oakland or Berkeley. But the schools are awesome, and the schools are because of the teachers, right? If teachers are not there, the school is not there. And people come here, pay millions of dollars just to go to schools. Their kids can go to schools. And I feel if people come here and pay millions of dollars to stay in Albany, they are not coming for people who live here. They are not coming for the school board, and definitely not for people who are leading the board. So that's why they voted the Measure B, and I think around 80%, which is like almost 5,000, 6,000 people voted yes. And the reason is they want to support teachers. And the idea of removing this position is the idea that it is completely against this whole voting position. So I know all these positions, some of the positions that are relevant for many of my kids' friends who did not speak English, as Ben was mentioning. And at the end of the year, they had fluent English. And it is amazing, and it is because of the teachers they could do that. And not only that, but also other intervention education that has been going on here. So one thing that comes across when I'm visiting this kind of a meeting is there is literally a transparency issue. And we have been dealing it nationally, but at the county level here, at the city level, it's amazing. So one of the things that I think I would suggest is not to vote. Take parents' participation. As a parent, I didn't know there is under-enrollment in the schools. And as a parent, I should know. And there are so many friends of mine who want to come here. They live in El Cerrito. They want to participate in Albany schools. But this is not gone. They don't know that there is under-enrollment. There'll be hundreds of thousands of people who want to come to Albany schools. And I'm amazed that it's an issue here. And it is not brought up. That means we're not communicating well. So I would urge not to vote. This is crazy that with such a lack of information and transparency, we are rushing into voting. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. And I want to be sure that you leave with some flyers about our inter-district transfer enrollment. Okay, so I must apologize for forgetting to ask for a community comment because I appreciate you guys staying here so late and everything you said. And I want to reiterate how I've had personal experience with intervention for my own child, and I know how great you teachers are. I want to clarify that the motion that's on the floor does not touch the intervention or the English language development positions. So we're removing those because it's so clear that that needs to be discussed thoroughly at a different time by the board, by the PTAs, by principals and their teachers. We need a completely different process for that hasn't happened yet. Okay? But the motion that is on the floor has to do just with aligning our enrollment with our teaching staff. And that is something that regularly happens and is something that we can do while we're maintaining our historical range of class sizes. So it's just a business as usual go ahead to the district office. I'll ask our council, did you want to make any further comment?
Yeah, just real quickly, President Trutain, I think you just hit on it. I wanted to make sure that the motion accurately reflected where the modifications were going to take place. And as you said, it's the 0.6 English language development at the single subject level, and the 1.6 English language development at the multiple subject level, and the 1.0 intervention at the multiple subject level. So those positions, it sounds like, would be the modification that the board's moving to remove.
We're removing those from this resolution.
Okay.
So that adds up to 3.2. It removes the intervention. We're not reducing English language development or intervention at this time. That needs to be discussed much more thoroughly with a larger stakeholder group. So I want to reassure you on that issue. Okay?
Can I ask a question of
Sure.
the superintendent about the aligning the high school teaching staff with enrollment? In this resolution, it's broken down very specifically by language, science, et cetera. How does that sort of interact with, as students are choosing, for example, science and language, what's the process by which the staffing actually gets aligned normally in practice if we didn't have something this specific?
Well, it takes on a number of factors. One, for example, if you're talking about science, it's one of the requirements to graduate from high school, so that's considered a factor. Some of the electives, some of which may not be a requirement, so it depends on a number of factors. But that aside, basically, high schools and middle schools use a formula to determine how many staffing they would get. And based on that formula, they would work within the parameters of what staff they have, what the kids needed, and how they would go about creating the master schedule. What we discovered was that at the high school, for example, they were over that number and can afford to have a reduced staff and still do the things that they needed to do. I'm not in charge of that master schedule because people with their own, based on how they do their master schedule. We have the good fortune because we have Darren here who does a high school master schedule, and he might be able to speak to that.
I think
he's
he
not.
left.
Oh, he was smart. He left and went to bed. Okay. So, so basically it's a formula, and it's and connected with enrollment.
Thanks.
Okay. Mr. Hensler, you want to make an additional comment?
Not a comment, just about the motion that's
Sure.
before the board.
Go ahead.
And council's amendment, which was, it's clear to me that the amendment would remove the cut for intervention and English language development both under single subject and multiple subject. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Correct.
Would it also remove the cut for the education specialist and resource teacher? Because I think when we make the comments about sort of the, the need for support, that we consider that as, in the comments that were being made, and it wasn't clear to me whether or not you're pulling that also, or that's staying in.
That was the question I asked Principal Ritchie about whether that resource teacher was appropriately in the first category of not reduced services, but of aligning staffing with enrollment. The answer was yes. It's appropriately characterized as responding to enrollment change, not a service reduction. And you can't nod to the mic, but.
Okay. So I do want to bring this motion to a vote. We're going to do a roll call. We would normally start with the student board members. They're not here tonight. So the person who is next up on our rotation actually is myself. So please, Ms. Shen, would you start with me?
President Trutain.
Aye.
Vice President Duran.
Aye.
Wait, I think it should go. Okay.
Sorry, okay.
It should go to Board Member Hinckley in this direction.
Okay, sorry. Trustee Hinckley.
Aye.
Trustee Doss.
No.
Trustee Clark.
No?
Vice President Duran.
Yes.
The motion passes on 3 ayes and 2 noes. And I task the staff with please developing a program for us to discuss any further reductions that you might be asking for. And I know that you have a classified reduction that's planned to be seen by the board later this month, but we'll need to have a more comprehensive process. Okay.
Can I make another staff request that this slideshow be posted both to the Budget Advisory Committee website and also to the public so that we can, and that we have a plan for disseminating information about the fiscal situation and these proposals broadly.
And can I just clarify, it may have been what you already said, President Trutain, but in terms of staff working with the principals of the schools so that when they have their discussions with their faculty, that one of the 3 of you, if not 2 out of the 3 of you, could be there to support the principals in answering questions about the financial situation.
Vice President Duran, we would do one better than that. We would have the whole team there because we think it needs a team to support that whole community. And just for the record, I really appreciate the opportunity for parents and these passionate teachers to weigh in. And so we have to figure out a way to make this work. So thank you, Madam Chair, for that.
Thank you. Board, we have 3 action items left. 12-4, resolution in support of the census. I think that we could table if need be, but the 2 items, the 2 contract items, I'm sure that when you read those contracts, you saw that we're trying to get those contracts in place so that the work can be done during spring break. So I think that those items are urgent. So let me see. What week is Census Week? Do we?
Census Week is the week where April 1st, it's like March 30th through April 2nd or 3rd. it's part of the resolution. if we
Okay, let
see
me
it.
look.
It doesn't say.
March 30th to April 3rd, you're exactly right. So
Yes, we can hold off, especially given the hour. That's fine.
So can you make a motion to table that?
Yes, I would like to move that we table the resolution on the census and the census week until our next meeting.
Second.
All right, that can be done. Now we're at item 12-5, independent contractor agreement with Lloyd F. McKinney and Associates for Albany Middle School Annex Theatrical Sound Project.
Thank you, President Trutain. So this item is for the theatrical sounds at Albany Middle School Annex Performing Arts Center. So this will now that add the sounds for the Performing Arts Center to perform adequately, and then our students can use the space. And the total agreement is $56,932 in bond fund. And we are requesting the board to approve this contract this evening so we can start the work right away.
Okay. Any questions? I'm just real happy that after a year, we've been able to find a contractor that's willing to do this with our budget constraints.
And also, Principal Brill gave a very succinct but at the same time detailed comments about how the facilities would be used.
Right? And so
I'll move to approve the independent contractor agreement with McKinney and Associates for the Annex Sound Project.
Madam Chair, she had to do that at 9:55. She's a little too late.
I second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. And that brings us to our next contract, which is about the lighting. Right? Let's see. We had one for the sound and one for the lights.
Yes. Thank you. So this item is for the lighting, and for the same reasons that we are requesting the board to approve this evening, and the only one vendor finally shows interest to work on this project. So yay, we are there.
Right. Any questions about the lighting contract? No? May I have a motion?
I move to approve the independent contractor agreement with Impact Lighting for the theatrical lighting project.
I second. Oh,
Second. That's fine. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Looks like spring break is going to be pretty busy at the drama room then, with both the sound and lights going in. And that brings us, Shin, if you could display the items, upcoming items for board meetings?
I can do that.
Or, okay. So we have our bonds B&E audit reports coming in at the next meeting, also construction contracts. In April, we have a resolution for reduction of classified services. Our board meeting schedule for next year is going to come to us. There is currently an item about, can we manage to move the district office back to Albany? I don't know whether we're going to actually be able to get to that item or whether it's going to be delayed. The board's self-evaluation will come to us, and a district climate action plan. We have a lot of special board workshops that are currently being scheduled also, and I may just put a special note up there that the situation regarding the coronavirus is making everything a little bit iffy at this point. So Superintendent Wells is keeping us informed as the situation progresses, and some things may change.
If I could just mention, because I did ask the city if this place has the ability so that we could do conferencing meetings as we move away from things, and some of us in particular are sort of at risk big time. And so what was told to me at the city level was that it has to be agendized. I mean, it has to show as part of any agenda. So the 72 hours it would have to show. So just for your information, and if something would happen, which would make it difficult for us to meet in person, we could always do conference call meetings.
Thank you for finding out about that capacity. We may need it. In terms of upcoming agenda items, or matters introduced by the board during this meeting, I heard we should entertain an agenda item for earmarking Fund 17 monies for the design build workshop equipment. And also that any further cuts to certificated staff would have to come back to the board for a deeper discussion. Okay. And with that, we're adjourned.
Are we reconvening?
Adjourned from open session, we are reconvening in closed session briefly.